Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, I can see you. How you doing? You all right?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. It's an honor to be in the show myself. Sorry, I've been busy myself. I'm doing my best to you know, participate in this show, and I appreciate for inviting me as well. So I think as we go along, I'll be able to log in and discuss and reason together.
Okay.
This beautiful show that we actually am invited to.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
And for some of you who don't know me, my name is Neb, or Nebab, or Neb MHRIEP. And I'm a researcher. I'm a health consultant. I'm also a community activist, like, you know, many of our communities here in London. But also I'm running a health store called Netevital in Brixton. This is also the house of community, in which some of the speakers actually were present here, did a lot of lectures as well. So it's an honor to be with our communities here to share this knowledge, in which we always said, each one teach one. And we have to make it also clear that this is not some type of debate. As a race of people, we don't debate, we reason things out. Because everybody have some type of things that we share spiritually and mentally, as well as some experiences. So I hope this is a platform where we share knowledge, where we humble ourselves in our experiences, and there's more to know in life. And we find solution and we learn from each other so that we collectively grow and unite as well at the same time. So this is the type of energy I'm coming with, rather than anything else.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right. And also we have another brother, Neba. Neba, have I pronounced that correctly? No? Yes, so it's not in yet. Okay then. With that, oh, Chief Montana, how can I forget you?
Okay, so I'm Chief Montana. I practice within a tradition called Kali, which is located in northern Ghana with the Dagbani people there. So I'm excited to be here today. Very, very, very excited. This is going to be a very interesting conversation to really get an opportunity to see perspectives. And at the end of the day, like, I want everybody to remember that nobody is right in this conversation and nobody is wrong in this conversation at all. It is only a conversation. That is it. Nothing more or nothing less than that. And as the brother stated earlier, it's not a debate at all. It's just a conversation. And so I want everyone to just view it as that and really come into this conversation from nothing. And what I mean from nothing is literally take all of your opinions, all of your views, and just move them to the side. Because the way the human brain works is the moment we hear something, we're tempted to map it up against something else. And so sometimes that can get you in trouble. So just move everything to the side and just come into this conversation from nothing, like you know nothing. That's the best way to come into this conversation. So yes, I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be nice.
Thank you for bringing clarity and letting everybody know that they should come in with an open mind. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. And with a mind to learn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So with that, Sis Kesheni, would you like to introduce yourself before you go into your presentation?
Sure. So my name is Kesheni and I am an artist. I am a priestess of Obatala or Rishanla in the Yoruba Ifa tradition. And I'm based in London. And yes, I think we're all, I'm saying what everyone else is saying, it is exciting. I think we're raising the bar in our vibration and marking our interconnectedness across the oceans and across the stratospheres, as Wally Shoyinka would say. And I think I think we're laying a layer for the community by having the discussion. I think it's going to have a ripple effect that we're not maybe going to be able to name beginning here, or even that this is the beginning, this is a continuity. But I think by speaking of it is helping people to be in this time and recognize the fullness and sovereignty of ourselves. So absolutely great fun and exciting.
Thank you. And with that, I'll introduce you to be our first presenter to make their first presentation for today's What Color is Your God, and for the greatest show on earth. Kesheni, welcome.
Thank you. So it's a great question. What does your God look like, actually? It is a great question, because what is our perception? What is our insight? What is it that we view? And it really struck me in regards to my artwork and the work of Robert Farris Thompson and his piece, which is Face of the Gods, the artists and their altars, and having this in our tradition as a place, a sacred space, that is the face of God. So something that we see and interact and communicate with, being a face. So the face isn't one or two dimensional, it is fully presence in its even 5-dimensional, 5G if we want, which is what we're supposed to enter into now. And I'd like to bring up a piece. So I'm going to go into share screen and go into this, optimize and share sound and share. So this is Face of the Gods, but what I want to bring up is actually an artwork that I did, and it's called Sky Goddess Keeps Her Eye on Us While She Sleeps. So the work I do as an artist is very spontaneous. So I don't know necessarily what I'm going in to draw or paint. And this is an ancient African tradition, which more than likely is present in other indigenous traditions. And this is one of the larger pieces that I did. It's something like A1 size. And and again, Sky Goddess, the presence of divine in the sky, keeps her eye on us while she sleeps. So there's a number of aspects there: being in the sky, being female, and the ability to sleep and rest and still have an eye open. You know, so what is it that we recognize when we do see divine or most high, almighty? And I'll stop the share now. And it reminds me that before we enter into earth or come to earth, we have actually met with Olodumare. So, and I'm quoting from Yoruba culture and our understanding, our Ori, our own divine self, chooses its destiny. And when it's chosen its destiny, it goes to meet Olodumare and is accompanied by ancestors and Egbe. And Egbe, for want of a better way, is our friends in the sacred universe, in Orun. And there's a lot more to Egbe, because Egbe is who we have also been. But that's a whole other discussion. So imagine then that before we've even entered, we've created a dialogue with Olodumare, with divine, with the Most High. So we have been in that presence. We have seen that presence. we know what that presence looks like. That's what I'm putting forward. And so Olodumare says, oh, okay, that's your destiny. Yes, that suits me. That can work with that. Good, good. Welcome. And off you go and see Orumela, who is going to give you the code that is going to help you achieve this destiny. And then you're going to meet Eshu, who is going to open the way for you. And many come in doing that and fulfilling what the message comes from Ifa, and many don't. And we have free will. So that's our first perception of what our God, inverted commas, looks like. Now, when we come to Earth, we are coming through a DNA lineage that is there to help us achieve that destiny. And I would also suggest that that family that is timeless in connection is also what God looks like. And then the society that we place our liberty in is also what God looks like. If it is presence in all and what we do. So these are just suggestions for us to engage in understanding the continual presence of divine in and around us and how we interact. Because sometimes we can actually recognize it. Sometimes we're in a group and something, and just like that, we'll just know, oh, presence. And it's not a face, maybe like how I have drawn, and it's not invisible, but it is also, because it is everything. And the images, we don't really see those images. I don't think people really look to paint Olodumare as such, but the attributes, the aspects, and people tend to paint perhaps representations of the Orisha, the powers of nature, and perhaps we honor through that way. So when we come here and we realize we've entered into an oppressed frame that does give a given color, sex, racial presence to describe that as a messenger, as an interloper, as the one we have to engage with God. I think that's a head, F-U-C-K. You see? And in some ways, I would go so far as to say that our oppression, our destruction is specifically to remove that knowledge, that perception, that insight that is our God. And in a sense, we know this because anthropologists have done a lot of work in investigating us, in looking at exactly what shapes our society, our livity. And some of you would have heard me mention this before, but I will repeat it. Our kinship ties, these are divine. our reproduction of communal values. These are divine. The succession and property inheritance. This is divine. Society's spiritual and philosophical orientation. This is divine. This is in line, and what I'm saying divine is in line with Supreme Spirit. The continuity of our own spirit and our family and community on earth, that there is no death, is in line with divine. And this, of course, is what has been ruptured. So preventing us from seeing, perceiving what our inverted commas God looks like. So our self, our Ori, that divine aspect, that is our link, our pillar of light, if you want, direct to the sacred universe, is also what our God looks like. And therefore it is our consciousness. And so our consciousness is also our identity. And so we have the conscious, we have the subconscious, we have the body, and we have the unconscious. And our Ori, our head, our destiny, our will, is directly interconnected with all of those. So time travel, been there, done that. This is also what our God looks like. Oh. Hi. Not sure what happened there.
That's what God looks like.
So, I'm just offering these as part of what we have to regain. We now have to admit is our own, and admit that it is critical that we now start to behave, have it, enact it, be it, have it as a state of being in order to continue in this world, or to continue anyway. And that unless we are in that space, we will continue to fall over the cliff and be put aside in our millions. And what we will reproduce will not be qualitatively the same in its entirety. It's not good enough that we will accept that some and not all will recognize or see it or know it. We have to go for everyone, the majority. Therefore, the ones that don't make the rule, the exception makes the rule. And that now we have the opportunity to do it everywhere, which we have done before. So, yeah, this is a discussion. So,
lovely, thank you.
I open towards that.
Yes. I was going to ask Auntie Jean, would it be okay for everybody to remain on mute, but if they had a question, they can feel free to ask. The panel's
Yes,
at the end.
they can ask
Yeah.
by putting the hand up, because I mean you can raise a hand. There's a thing at this side where reactions, where you can raise a hand. So if you raise a hand, then yes, you can ask a question. Or for those who don't, just unmute and I'll look to see who's unmuted. Okay. Is there any questions? Does anybody have any questions? Even if it's something that you're not too sure about.
I would like to ask, what does it look like for somebody to be in their nature or their true nature?
Gosh, well, I don't know. We could all be wearing denim jeans and t-shirts and be in our nature, isn't it? We can be in the forest, in the sea, on the tube, in the underground train, and be in our nature, isn't it? And it would look like to be in our nature is that we know that we are in our nature.
Mhm.
So I think I'm going to put this. People who are deep frying their hair with whatever, are they in their nature? Does it prevent them from being in their nature? They're pressing out, ironing out the antenna, which is their hair, the quality that is their hair. They're ironing that out, pressing it, doing whatever. And are they in their nature? So they can be supermodels and have a consciousness of sorts. They can be celebrity and have they can be sports stars. They can be a neighbor and talk, you know, Pan-African, but they're deep frying their hair.
But I would like to ask, you know, there's other ways of identifying when it's something's unnatural or something that has occurred that has taken us out of our nature, like anger or chaos or confusion. I think a lot of us, for whatever reason, are unable to identify the traumas, and, you know, when we're not in our true being.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. I think we can get caught up with feeling anger, feeling hostility, grief, fear of loss, separation, and so on, as opposed to being in a state of being that is attunement or in interest or in assurance or something like that. But our nature is also our guide. So we are human. We are beings that have those experiences of emotion, and it is within our nature to recognize that we have it and then to change it, to remove it as a stressor. Potentially what is not in our nature is to allow it to continue and to thereby identify it, or rather to place it as part of our identity. Oh, this is what I'm like. I'm an angry man. I'm an angry woman. That's how I stay. So that is, if you like, unnatural. Because if we observe nature itself, which is another consciousness, plant life, it's not restricted by what is man-made, isn't it? You know, plants will still break up concrete and show themselves through. Yes, they can be compartmentalized and they can, you know, be in a frame, but they will also grow out beyond the fence that we've put in front of our home, isn't it? So they grow as they are in their true nature anyway. So emotions are not who we are. I would put forward.
We have a question, hand up from Marvina. Welcome. How are you?
I am blessed. I'm blessed. I'm so honored to be listening to this question on what's the face of your God, or and who you are really. I think this is going to Auntie Kesheni. I think I'm picking up from the identity conversation. For a lot of people, based on what Auntie Dawn said about the fact that they're still struggling to identify through the traumas what happens. I know that by knowing that I'm a reflection of whatever God I choose to embody, because I've been made from a fierce historic point of view. I'm trying to find a good way to do it because my brain is a little bit fried today by just hearing a lot of the amazing stuff. I think, how do we get people to start identifying that they are a reflection, they are a mirror of divinity, that they should be able to set apart and not let emotions or the narrative that the world might have taught them about themselves to become their truths, giving them that opportunity to, what would you say would be the tools to start getting people to really unpack that and see themselves as divinity in human flesh, to see them as source in human flesh, to see themselves as co-creators of their own destiny, and that they have this power of their tongue, whatever they say can be their reality. That's the angle I wanted to kind of get from you. And also using art and creativity as a way to pay homage or show respect to divinity. That was my question.
Okay. I don't know that I have an A to Z of a process, but I think this type of platform that we are on now helps people see that what we are talking about is about our original self, and for them to understand that there is an idea of an original self. And there are those that absolutely believe that the non-Africans, the white man, must be in some kind of serious divine state because of what they've been able to achieve, you see. And they have been able to disrupt, oppress, marginalize, etc., ourselves, both at home and abroad. They've been successful. Africa is a big problem. The leadership in Africa is a very big problem. And that has become a reflection, is what is what's the word, copied. Yes, and we as children, the young people growing up, going to uni, doing politics and science or whatever, they're going into the political arena with some kind of, I want to change my local community. It's got no water, it's got no electricity, and they come out with millions 20, 30 years later. And they will, and they're using the same African spiritual tradition. But us everyday people, the more we manifest those good things and people start to understand our own science, like death rites, working or not working, and naming ceremonies, as opposed to just a baptism. And that becomes a growing trend. And as we build our own economic frame, because everything we want, someone in our community can make it happen for us. So the more that we are in that space and we start looking to each other, because that's what the sunflower does, isn't it? It looks at the sun all the time. And then when the sun is blocked or there's clouds over the sun, it looks back at all the other sunflowers. So we have to walk our talk and be creative in the practical ways in which we can show our culture, our tradition, and its value. That's a very broad scope I'm painting, but yeah.
Okay. Arthur, I see that you've unmuted. Do you have a question?
Well, I'd like to just put forward, being as this is about being open-mindedness and being able to look at other aspects of what's actually happened to Black people and why we've ended up in the situation that we're in, with being where we are and the pecking order and stuff like that. One of the things that I found is that is this, and I think I'll try to explain it like this as quickly as I possibly can. My experience of what we're talking about today goes back to why we were not able to actually go forward and produce and end up in the situation that we're in. And it takes me back to the sperm and the egg of the woman. And when we look at that in the beginning, you end up with the male sperm meeting the woman's egg and then it multiplying exponentially in order to create a human being. Well, our ancestry has been passed down through our DNA. It doesn't die. It continues right the way through from one life to the next and continues on right the way through time. So our connection is always continuous because of our birthright. Now, the connection that we have and the disruption of that connection, I would like to put forward as something to consider is that here we are, Black people in a white society where we've been taken away from our natural state of understanding, i.e. Afrikaan, in being able to communicate with ourselves, partially with words and partially with the intuitive nature that's part of our DNA. And here we are with that understanding which has taken us from where we were to building societies, building pyramids, and building everything. And here we are lunged into a world that is now called English. But intuitively, we can't connect with our past and convey the understanding from our past nature to English, because we instinctively think from a point of view of intuition and the words that we have learned that has been passed down to us. Now here we are in an English society speaking English and we don't understand it because we're intuitive people. We walk into a room and we're either accepted or we're not accepted. We understand we like that person or we dislike that person immediately. But here we are, trying to understand the English and how to convey what has been passed down to us from our lineage right the way through today is continuous. It never has died. It's always been within us, but we've never been able to access it because of the language barrier that we have had thrusted on us from translating it from African to English. Because there are so many words, you've only got to look at the dictionary and see that the dictionary is growing every single year. The language of English is getting bigger, and our indicative language, which is natural and is a state that is within our DNA so that we understand it intuitively, gets pushed behind. So what I think that I have been able to do is to understand that differentiation between our intuitive side and the English that they're trying to teach us, which has thrown us everywhere. There is a word, I'm just going to digress for 2 seconds. There is a word called nomenclature, which describes and takes us from each individual industry that there is, i.e., the difference between the conversation that you will have with a doctor and a road sweeper, the difference that you would have in a conversation between a carpenter and an electrician. There are indicative words within those called nomenclature. Now, the nomenclature is what makes you understand that particular industry. Those indicative words, move the timber up a tad. Or could you, no, let's use hardwood, or we'll use softwood. Or I'm sure you understand what I'm trying to get at. There are indicative words that are just set aside for just that particular industry. So what we end up with is a complete misunderstanding. So that when we've got a piece of paper that's got millions of words and an agreement and so on and so forth, when we read it, we get lost in that translation because, hold on a minute, they're using words that we don't even understand. So my question to everybody, and I'm sorry if I've gone around it too long, is that what we need to do is we need to understand the words that we are using with our own language and our own intuitive nature, so that when we express ourselves from our intuitive nature, which is and has been and always will be passed down to our children and our children and our children, it's never ever died, because we are all alive because of our lineage. It's always been there, but we've not been able to access it. And I'm definitely going to say that that's what I think that I've stumbled on. And you just need to,
okay, you say your question?
My question is that the only way that you can access the divine from the point of view of where we are now, which is in confusion, is to understand the English language. The only way to understand the English language is to look at the words that we use that create you as an individual within your world of understanding.
Okay. Understand, but that sounds like an answer rather than a question.
Okay.
So,
Auntie Jean,
okay. All right.
Because
go on.
I want to, I think what Arthur has raised is issues to answer Marvina's point is what is it that we are going to do with the community? And what Arthur has brought up is language and the vibration of language and understanding the language that we are using now. And yes, as Dr. Yapa Bey calls it, the marking out the equivocal aspect, the double-sided forked tongue aspect of the English language in particular. So I think that is a critical aspect that we do need to master. However, I'm not accepting that only because Divine works in its own language and can use English back for us to be able to be saying what we're saying about using it or not, and us being able to work with that. So we're not bound by the language in that way. We're bound by accepting it as the best and not exploring the other.
Yeah.
So hold on. So
Right.
the language itself is something to come to terms with without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
But it's not the way for everyone, every time, everywhere. And it's a door opener on one level, and it's something. But this forum, as we've used it with English, is an educative forum and has achieved that. So just to go back to Marvina's point, I didn't go into it specifically, but definitely people to understand death rights and how they work with death rights and being educated about that. There's going to be a key change on that in the next year, 2 years, 3 years going forward, how people engage in death rights. That is definitely on the cards. And people involved in that are going to be, and the community is going to have an awakening in and around that. That is definitely something that's going to happen. And then the other way is about healing self and using traditional ways of healing, as well as alternative, complementary, holistic ways of healing, and using traditional African rites in relation to the culture that has been in Africa for millennia to achieve that healing and to recognize where that is. And that again is something that is going to make an exponential leap. So just to mark some of the A to Zs that I said was hard to do, there are at least 3 there that are things that are within hand, are within reach, that do make, that can make change and are in play now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
thank
what
you.
I'm
We got Arthur. Arthur.
just one second.
We do.
Let me just
I was
get
going to
this.
say we do have to move on. Mavina's got another quick question. We've got to move on to our next presentation, and if we have a
Okay.
little bit more time afterwards, we
Okay.
can carry on anything. So so hold it or write it so you can preserve it for a little later. Yes, please.
Thank you so much for this. I think definitely you did answer a lot of the questions. Coming on to something Arta said, we actually need to decolonize our language. When I say decolonize, I'm not here to encourage and say we need to understand English better. It's more about understand the lies being taught through English to oppress us from knowing who we are and our sense of identity and belonging. So for me, I also think knowing that when you speak to spirit or you speak to your God, you might not even utter a word. It can be a thought in your mind, your body, you can get signs from all over the place. So I think we need to really open that conversation to look deeper in ourselves. And what Auntie said about the rights from coming from birthrights, I now thinking about it, I didn't even know I was doing it with each child I gave birth to, where you have the naming ceremony 7 days after, where you do certain things and you get your aunties and your grandmas and everybody there to pick the name that they bestow to the child. And that's 7 days. No one knows the name of the child till they come on that day. It was bigger. That event was bigger than any christening. We didn't even think about that. And then you have your 40-day dedications to our community. So I think there's something about learning who we are and our story of origin and our history that we've impacted. And the only thing I would say moving forward, and I'm stopping here, is we have to really be careful not to use the master's tool in the way we talk about our own spirituality. We shouldn't confuse religion and spirituality and identifying what our God is. I think keeping that part clear and open, as we've been advised in the beginning, is the best way for us to go forward in this session. That's where I would stop.
Thank you. Quick final words, Sister Kesheni.
Yes, all good. I hope I look forward to discussion going forward, all points raised, give thanks. It's there for us to seize all of that material in and work it.
Okay, give thanks, give thanks. Looking forward to hearing some more from you a little bit later. And we move swiftly on to our brother Neb. Are you there? Are you ready? I see you are. Welcome.
Thank you, family. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear and see you. Brilliant.
Greetings. As I say, my name is Neb, or Neb MHRIEP. I'm actually a lecturer and scholar. I'm also a researcher. I do a lot of research on spirituality, personal development, lifestyle, culture, and anything that deals with our culture, African spirituality especially as well. So in my own research, there's on every Sunday we do a radio station on Omega from 10 to 12. If you are more interested in some of this information, from 10 to 12, you can log in and tune in on Omega FM radio.co.uk, as well as on Omega 104.1 on Sundays from 10 to 12. So because I'm just going to give a brief description of some of the information that I'm going to share here. And I'm not fully prepared, as I said to our sister regarding of my timeline. So I'm just literally giving some information based on what I already know on something that I already become in my life experience myself. So the information I give is really based on my own research, my own experiences, and other people's experiences. As I do consultation, I do see we do relate more than we think, regardless of what background we come from, especially African communities, whether it's in the Caribbean, South America, whether it's in Africa, we do share what we call this collective spiritual. There's some type of spiritual connectedness that we have. I think some Western scientists call it the morphogenic field in which we all connected. And they have done a lot of research on that too, in which our ancestors knew this already. But it's coming down, I mean, since we speak this English language, and it's so important, I know some of the, people that made the comment regarding the word itself, it's important also that we understand that when we speak English language, we are limited how much we can express our ancestral knowledge and our ancestral information using English language, because English language is not for African Caribbean speaking people. That's why we are patois. But the patois gives you that tone, the frequency, and the vibration in the word, you see. So we have to change it so that it can suit us. So I think we can be limited. Even the question we're asking is what color or how does your God look like? And this has to be known. And just using this term God itself, most of the time coming from the Western point of view, we using most of the time, this is a Christian God. When we use the word God, it's a Christian God, period. Because if you ask other cultures, there's different gods. They say, which God are you talking about? I mean, the sister said, coming from, Yoruba culture, there's different gods in there. So they might say, which God? Obatala, Shango? You see, so people will ask different things, but when we speak English language, definitely.
Okay, the Orisha, sorry, I really have to come in. The Orisha are not gods. They're not deities. There's one divine, Olodumare. They are powers of nature. They're described as such by the West, but they're not gods.
I agree. So I'm just saying the word that we use sometimes can limit us in the way we use words, and that we can get confused in mistranslation of the true essence of meaning. I fully agree, sister. So in coming with that, when we say what color is God and etc., I think some of the, I think some of you have to redefine what this really means also, because when you say God itself, according to English language, it just means, it's coming from a German word, it means good. And the word means good in German, it really means good. But it also is another word, it's called Gad. Gad is also translated as troops, as legions. Okay, so I mean, we all agree that there is a divine, unchangeable, invariable, infinite principle, okay, that is probably a noble cause of all that exists. We call it omnipresent, omnipotent, all-pervading, visible and invisible spiritual nature, that the all that exists, in which we call the Most High, the highest being, which we call that divine God, right, for lack of a better word. Though this force that we all exist into, and this being, or this force that is all that exists. So that's the term that we say that this divine, if we say God, who's the God of If somebody asks me, who is your God? Then I will use this term to say that this is this being that is nearly impossible for us to, especially with the human mind that we use to describe that, to have any type of face, personality, a character, as we will have it in those religious organizations as well. So religious organization, they talk about God as being, having a specific characteristic, being a male or female. So God cannot have a gender insofar as this is the ultimate creator of the boundless universe itself. So in that essence, it's nearly impossible for a human mind to comprehend that. In fact, we devalue that principle when we're trying to describe it and trying to comprehend it with the human mind. I think the closest way we can comprehend that principle is with the mind of the heart. I think most of the time we forget that the heart is really the divine connection to all that exists, to our ancestors, to our guides, okay, to the higher forces that are there who are responsible, okay, for our existence. We call them the principles of nature, the force of nature. In ancient time, there's different terms that they give them according which culture you come from. Okay, so there's different cultures describe this being having different, this guides and these entities having a specific personalities. These are actually our ancestors. So there is the ultimate being, the absolute. Okay, there's an absolute force that we are part of. We are part of this force in which our mind, body, and soul is connected to. Okay, the same way as the plant is connected to the higher forces, we are connected also to all higher forces in life. So our ancestors were more animist. Our ancestors were more animist, regardless of what culture we come from. We acknowledge the force of nature. We acknowledge the trees, the mountain, the Mother Earth, okay, the wind. We acknowledge all the forces because we are made up of those forces too when we look at our body. You with me? So the mental and the mind was regarded symbolic of the wind. It's in nature. You see, the emotion was regarded symbolic of a water. So we were connected. So we saw nature as and life itself as one principle. So the principles of oneness is something that they took us out from, and that we start worshiping God outside of us rather than worshiping God within ourselves. So, and one aspect of God is also the person that sits in front of me. The person that listens to this voice right now is God in essence. That divine in us is God because that is also connected. And there is a level of comprehending of who and what we are. And the more we comprehend ourselves, the more we comprehend the force of nature and our ancestors and those who are responsible for our existence in this world and the worlds to come, then the more understanding we will have and the more responsibilities that we have in existence itself. So there are higher forces, which we can call God because they have some powers that might be beyond human nature or beyond human powers that we have now, that we regard these entities also as gods, for lack of a better word, okay? And they might have specific personalities, a specific nature, of course, but they have revolved or evolved in a certain way. They are having a different responsibility. So I think some of the terms that was used in ancient Egypt, for example, you have this deity called Anubis. You know, he was called the messenger of heaven and hell, insofar as we know hell don't exist, but a messenger of this lower domain that we exist and the higher domain. Okay, I don't want to use the word hell because it can, again, the word can redefine that, what I mean by it, or it takes you back to the religious content of this place where people burn forever and die. Or they will never come back or will burn forever kind of concept. But there are certain entities who are responsible for specific things. So when a person's moved on from the physical to the spiritual realm, there are somebody that will guide us. Some of them, sometimes our ancestors, as my good sister says. But some, if souls were already evolved in such a way, that nobody will actually expect us to be in the spirit world to pick us up, because we already know what to do next. We already are familiar with the unseen world that we call the spiritual world and its different vibrations of existence. So the point I'm trying to make is that when we talk about really the concept of God itself, we have to redefine that based on how our ancestors saw it. So that's why I really like this platform where everybody can share and learn from each other in a way. is supposed to. But definitely I feel the language barrier is one of the biggest challenge we have, because some of the word that we use still bind us to this physical and also religious kind of mindset, because we've been ruled by religious for so long. And our culture, our institution, our mindset, the way we grew in our life has embedded this Western, I would say physical concept of God in which we've been taught. This angry God, this jealous God, this God that separates, he does favoritism, he has favorited people. He said, these are my chosen people. All this concept has us confused what really God is and what God is not. I mean, one way of looking at God really itself is also a person that has powers. Or sometimes you have forces that have so much powers. If somebody control your food, what you drink, what you eat, what you wear, you see, what you think every day. So they can also, by kind of the attribute of that terms, can be regarded as God insofar as they're in control of your destiny as what you do every day. You see what I'm trying to say? So even in the physical world, you have people that are regarded like that because they're using certain powers. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. You see, it's just the point of that title or that word, God itself, can also be in persons on how they control the destinies of people. And mothers can be regarded as God when they were children, when they're a child. Because when the child is born, they listen to the mother's voice. The mother's telling them, she shaped the child's spirit and the way, the mind, how the child thinks, or how the children thinks. So the mother is also the word. So when they say in the beginning there was a word, no, in the beginning in this physical world there was a mother. And she's the one that gives that word to that child, and it shapes the child how it's going to be, how he's going to define himself. So if the child receives love, not only just after birth, also in the prenatal process, being in a womb, after 4 months of pregnancy, the child is already start absorbing all the information that the mother feels. You see, so in essence, God also, that term can be also regarded of who is actually in control, as well as within our communities, people who give specific knowledge and information. If everybody using their terms and their information to live by, then they were regarded as some sort of physical gods. That's why you have this being called Imhotep in ancient Egypt. He was a physical being. He was a master of specific sciences. He was a master of medicine, mathematics, you see, as well as astronomy. And he was eventually was deified insofar as he was worshipped as that. So sometimes we have our own ancestors that we worship as gods. As insofar as some people that came who done great things for our race, we regarded them as gods, as prophets, somebody that is in a specific powers that they be able to share that has affected us for better.
So, Master Neb, could I ask you to explain to me what is meant by the term making your heart as light as a feather?
Well, in ancient Egyptian mysteries, when you look at the 6th gate, as according to the book of the gates, some of the papyrus that they found, there's one book also called the book of the gates. So in there, they talks about these 12 gates, how the souls have to, when they transition, they have to go through those gates. And also they will be judged. And when you look at the whole mummification process of ancient Egypt, you will see that the intestines and the lungs, some of the part of the organs of the body will be taken out and will be put in what they call knoptic jars. So those knoptic jars was put in there just to symbolize that you no longer need those things anymore in the afterlife. Okay, so the brain actually that we have was actually being removed, and then sometimes they throw it out of the body as is, they don't even put in the mummification process. They just throw it, as it's not that important what's in your head, what you have acquired in this life in terms of intellectually. However, they keep the hearts intact with the body in the mummification process. And when you look at in the judgment hall of Osiris, you will see that the heart is being weighed against the feather. And
yeah, that's what I mean. Is that sin, or not sin, but to remove any burden or karma from yourself before you transition? Is that the same thing?
So the heart was regarded as the ab or abab, or ab is called, the heart in ancient times, or ib. There's different kind of word utilizing the different pronunciation of the word, because the ancient Egyptian, when they wrote something, our ancestors, when they wrote something, they didn't put vowels in there. They took the vowels out. So sometimes the Western used that for interpretation. But abab is one of the terms that was used to symbolize what the heart is. And in ancient time, the heart was regarded the seat of intention. All the positive and negative action that you have done to yourself and others. Okay, all the things that was dealing with your own things, your interaction with humans, with nature, with animals. You see, it all actually recorded in your heart. So when they say in the judgment hall, this is where the religious people took that concept and said you'll be judged. You either go to heaven or go burn forever. This is where that comes from. But because the most of Western religious culture, they exist in duality. You're either here, you're either there. So there's nothing, you know, they don't see anything between you. God is on this side, devil's on that side. Good people are on this side, bad people are on that side. You see, so they separated us to have a dual mind. This is what we exist in this day and time. We have this dual mind, the way we think and live our life. So but in ancient time, it was not that case. Sometimes you might do disagreeable things. Sometimes you might say something to your children, you know, or you do something to your children. It sounds bad, but it's a tough love. You know that if you spoil them from young age, then you know if you don't give them some boundaries in a way, then when they go out in the world, they will have some type of issues. So we always understood sometimes you have to do not evil, but disagreeable things to balance things out. You see, so it doesn't mean that's bad. You see, so there's a terms. These are just these polarities that we exist at this in this day and time where we have this conflict in mind most of the time. So when somebody's doing good thing, and then when they change their mind or when they change in certain way, they say, "Oh, look now, he's this." So we become very judgmental in that process. But in essence, the heart was the seat, and everything was recorded like that. So your incarnations, if you believe in the immortality or no, because I don't like to use the word belief. Again, the Western world make us believe in many things, but not know. You see, so when we use word believing, you know, it's one of those deceptive words, because the word believe means to accept something without fact or without any, you know, actual evidence. That's why we use spirituality in the Western world today. We believe in something, but we don't know. We don't have direct experience with our ancestors. We don't have direct experiences with God, but we just believe in something that we don't know. But our heart, if you understand the immortality of the soul, then we know the heart or the seat, okay? The heart is the seat of your, also the intelligence, the wisdom of your previous incarnation. So the life that you have lived before is actually stored not in your brain, it's actually in your heart. So the wisdom doesn't come in your brain, it doesn't come from the mind only, but it comes from your heart. And you connect with the ancestors by way of the heart. So all your intention, your action, right, is actually stored in that kind of way. When I say your heart, I'm not talking about the beating heart, although the heart is 100 times you know, powerful in magnetic frequencies compared to the brain, for example. You see, the first organ that's been produced in a fetus, in a womb, is actually the heart. You see, so the heart plays even a big part of, you know, carrying oxygen, nutrition throughout the body and rejuvenating the body itself. So the heart plays a big part, but when you look at on a subplane aspect of it, then the heart is also the seat of all those intention I just mentioned earlier on. So you are actually not being judged by somebody else, but you're judging yourself based on the things that you have done. That's what makes you a God in essence also. Because as God, you are judged in according to your deeds and action to yourself. So yes, the heart is the seat. And once we start connecting with our hearts, once we start working, making a living from our hearts, you see, once we start doing some business, the word business means to be, it's not actually means busyness, it actually means to have anxiety. That's what the word business translates as. If you look at the word in English language, when you trace it back where it's coming from, it translates as having anxiety. So some of the things that I feel we have lost as a race of people is that we stopped connecting with nature. and with the force of nature and the things, because we are part of nature. So we start connecting with them, and then we start doing things with the purpose that we created or somebody else created for us when we come to this world. So one way of connecting ourselves and our heart is when we start doing things that's in line with our nature, with who and what we are in relation to our purpose. And most of the time we do see our purpose based on how we are born and who give birth to us. What is the nature of our parents? Who are they? What is their characteristic? What have we learned from our nature? What did we went through while we was in the womb? What did we went through while we came out of the womb in a young age? Who is my brother? Who's my sister? So once we see all these things, we actually clearly see, oh, this is the type of things I should be doing in this world. So connecting, one of the things that's missing in our ways of life in this day and time is connecting with nature and with our heart and do things genuinely from our heart rather than for the survival needs. I think one of the quotes I like biblically really is when they say, give us our daily bread. We as a race of people, we never accumulated things. We never work for money. We work for progress of life itself. We never disturb nature. We never go in nature and destroy it so that we can benefit from that. So most of those millionaires that you see in the world, they actually abuse nature to be rich. And then if we work for companies like that, we partaken in their karma, in their negative cause and effect that they're doing, and which we support unknowingly, if that makes sense. So if you ask me what is God and who is God, first thing I would say is that there is the ultimate source of all things, and then there is a hierarchies of forces, okay, that are responsible for our existence. You can call them the force of nature, you can call them our ancestors, and in their own different level of development. Remember, some of our ancestors also have their madness too. Some of the ancestors went through also their own madness, some of the things that we go through in this world today. So not all our ancestors are great and perfect. In fact, some of the ancestors, by way of our action and deeds in this world, we can heal them as well. So when you heal, all our ancestors that went through some of the experiences heal as well by default. So we do share more or less similar kind of experiences. But there are also ancestors that have bypassed an existence itself. We call them the ancient ones. Okay, in ancient Egypt, they call them the Panataru, the Neterus. You feel me? Beings that have mastered specific things. And they are actually there, but they're not confined by persons, places, and things. Because if you are confined by persons, places, and things, you are also limited how much we can comprehend. If our ancestors are in a specific place that's still physical, then they still are confined within that space, beingness and time as well. But we have also ancestors, they are outside the time zone the way we exist in this world. You see, our ancient ones, you see that we are connected with, but the way we connect with them is not only by our mind. Our mind is just really to express, but it's by our heart and our intention and what we do every day. What are we doing every day? So we're supposed to shift our values from one stage to another stage by realizing, understanding, by becoming, something that we were or what we're supposed to be. We cannot go back in how it was before, but how can we receive all this information, this experiences that our ancestors went through and take it to another level for our future generation? So definitely understanding of who and what we are is the key also, but there's a level of becomingness for us to reach, for us also to have that experience and have communication with our ancestors, because the way our brain works, the Western world, we're very aware of this. Information shapes how our neurons and how our neurons actually shape how we actually receive light or information from the mental reservoir, for lack of a better word, I use this term, or from the collective unconscious. Some of the Western science use these terms, but there is ways of receiving this light or information. But if our brain is not clear in what reality is, what reality is not, if we're in a belief state continuously, that we don't get this information. Even if we do it, we're gonna mistranslate that information in a way that is not an actual fact, but a belief system, you know? So, and a point I'm trying to make is that education is definitely the key, but also doing something collectively that is actually beneficial for others, you know, and also maybe, you know, through spiritual practices, you know, specific ancestral meditational works and rituals. And I don't support doing some blood sacrifices. I know some of the cultures that we have in Africa, there's a lot of bloodlettings going on. You see, there's a lot of blood sacrifices going on. When you look at the Hindu doctrine and Far Eastern stuff, you do find that kind of culture a lot. And this is something that we have adopted when different cultures are mixing. And those type of rituals and stuff like that, I do definitely don't agree. I think personally, we don't have to tap into that type of rituals, you know, for us to have open a gate, for us to have access to communicate with our ancestors. But as I said, we don't have to kill anything, but we just have to connect our intention and our action every day, what we think and what we do, and also connecting our hearts with those type of loving, progressive principle, rather than doing specific rituals that might have, you know, kill another animal, another entity, another force for the benefit of us to connect. So there are some rituals that we have to really be aware of where some of the things come from, especially in this day and time when we accept something, but we might not know how long this type of practice that was used. Because as you can see, in this day and time, just to give you an example with music, look at hip hop music, for example, how it has evolved, you know, from the 70s to today. I'm just giving you an example of the evolution of things, how things can evolve so quickly. And then one day that was something there, now it becomes totally something else. So if you don't have accurate records of those practices and rituals, I always urge people to make a proper further research and studies before you go into any type of rituals and activities, because you might connect yourself with also what we call unfamiliar spirit that are out there that are supporting the white supremacy, that are supporting all this war and all this killing and all this murdering that's happening throughout the world. There are some forces out there that are actually there not on our benefit. They do exist indeed, but they're not actually for our benefit. So sometimes some of our cultures connect with those things for gaining aspect of it. So when you go to Africa, there are many rituals that's done. If you go to Uganda, if you go to Kenya, if you go to some part of Western African countries, there are some communities who do practice those things to, you know, to gain something, you see, to gain some financial stuff, to gain some specific status in the communities by way of some of those disagreeable forces. And when people connect with those forces, know for sure, you have to top up, which means that every time you need something, you have to go back and do something for those type of forces so that you can get something back. So let us remember those things also, that our spiritual cultures, our spiritual principle has been infiltrated by different spiritual, you know, forces to mislead us in a certain direction. The same way with this new age religion that's been put out in our communities today, you know, just open your eyes, open your kundalini, open your chakra, take mushroom, take ayahuasca, and you should be good. And then we don't really understand what that really means and how it's supposed to be taken, if that is the case. You with me? So I always urge people to do a proper research and studies, the origin of things, and don't take things for face value when we talk about African spirituality and spiritual practices. I think.
Okay, have you got any time for questions? Has anybody got any questions? I mean, you did cover a lot.
Yes, I do.
Brother Neb.
So if you have any question for that, if you want to add on some of the things I said, you know, as I said, each one teach one. This is my finding, you know, and I'm to be corrected too. You know, I'm humbly enough to be corrected in some of the information. He says, "Oh, Neb, did you research this and that?" I say, "Oh, let me go and check it out. This is the type of person we are." But I always urge people to research, also study, and also have your what we call subjective knowing. This is some of the things that is missing from us now, because we always like to research from books and stuff like that, but we have also what we our divinity. We can also go within ourselves. We can. Did you guys have that before? Where you
yeah, that
find
is
knowledge?
so true. Brother Neb, you've got a question here from D. Marshall. D,
Yes.
unmute yourself. That's
Yeah,
it.
that's it. How are you, everyone?
We're good. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Do you know what? My train of thought just went off as I was gonna ask the question. Oh yes, that's it. Where are you based? For the shop, sorry.
The shop is in Brixton.
It's in Brixton, Station Road.
Brixton Station Road. We're underneath the recreation center, the landmark of Brixton. So yeah, we're underneath the stage. So, but we also on the radio station, as I say, we used to do lectures on Sundays here, but at the moment we don't do that due to this mad world that we live in this, with a specific reason we know. But yeah, so we're in Brixton here, 25 Brixton Station Road. It's called Natevita and Mambodi and so.
Oh, I think I know the place. Okay, thank you. Your information is really good, and I really enjoyed that. So thank you.
I appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Has anybody else got any questions?
I think we can go back. We can always go back because we've got two more presenters.
Aunt Nabina, sorry if I pronounce it wrong. Namena. Aunt Namena? Yes, Benina? Manima?
Is it Manama?
Manama, yes, sorry. Okay. Do you have
right.
anything to say? Do you have anything to add?
I do have a question, but I also see that Chief has his hand up.
Yeah.
So
Chief,
let's go to his question, please. Chief Montana, your hand was up. You have a question?
No, I just want to make just one comment just for a clarification. You know,
okay. We were going to call you up next, so I don't know if you want to do it now or then.
No, I can, since we're on the, since what's the Brother Ned just made his comment. I just want to make one clarification about something. Within our traditional African systems, yes, there are blood sacrifices that take place for specific things, and it goes like way beyond financial gain. Like that's not even 1% of it. So I want to be clear. I just want to be clear about that, because sometimes when you say things, you don't get a whole scope of something. People are just left with like a little part of it, right? So there are sacrifices that are made. However, a blood sacrifice is made probably less than 10% of the time. The mass majority of rituals that are performed, you don't need any type of blood sacrifice. The times when there is one that is performed, that is when you are working with an issue that is extremely serious. It's a very deep issue. You generally when that is performed. The mass majority of things that people deal with in life, we within my tradition, I've seen within other traditions also, a person only needs, for my tradition, it's called a yara yara, and it's just a simple ritual where you basically, you put some items together, like some food items, dry foods, cola nuts, things like that, and you give it. You give an offering to nature. You give the offering to a person. So the mass majority of rituals that are performed do not require a blood sacrifice. If it is one, I'll be clear about this. It entails something that it's a serious issue. For example, if someone is being ridden by a bad spirit, generally it's going to take some real serious medicine to actually rid that person of that. It's way beyond, doing a prayer here, doing a prayer there, giving a yara yara. It's a serious issue, because many times you have to deal with a spirit with another spirit That is how you actually go in and you remove that spirit. You need something that's more powerful than whatever the person is dealing with to do that. So I just want to clarify that, because that kind of left that, to me, it's like a hanging chad there, and without proper context, people are left with, it's evil, it's bad, it's this, it's that. And I don't want people to be left with that, because our traditional systems, they're really not that. You have people who actually, just like any other system in the world, you have people who abuse it. That's just how some people do. But the mass majority of it is actually used for the benefit of community, period. And for the advancement of community, for the healing of community. That's actually how our systems are used. And I've sat with my elders and I've talked to them about how far does it go back, the origins. And I've spoken with the elders, I've spoken with historians about that. And it's something that's been done since for them, from their perspective, is something that's been done since the beginning. That's just from their perspective. And want to be clear about something else. I have not researched every single traditional system on the continent. There are over 3,000 ethnic groups on the continent, period. And they all have whatever they have. And so I just want to be clear about that. So that's all I have to say about that. I just want to clear that up.
Yeah.
Right.
If I can add one more thing before I go as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes, go ahead. There was a question before you go. Sister Marvina has got her hand raised, so it might be a question for you before you go. So
definitely,
yeah.
Auntie. No, thank you so much, Chief Montana, because that was the question I was going to ask, because around sometimes it's the creating the narrative of what we do in African spiritualities or in our tradition as evil or bad magic or witchcraft, when sometimes how do we move away from that narrative? Because it's very important. The reason a lot of us do not pursue based on being colonized, based on being forced Christianity, is because anytime we say anything about spirituality or orishas or, you know, talking about divinity, people, I'm speaking from being around a lot of young people who are trying to figure their identity and sense of belonging. The first thing that comes is some of those contexts you put, which sometimes makes us not explore it, because you're seen as that's voodoo, that's witch. So how do we now move from that narrative to be able to talk about what the truth of exploring your identity and your origin of your spirituality is, based on some of the things you said? And thank you, Chief Montana, because that was very important for me, because I started thinking, I know families and I know certain things that happens, and straight away the red flag of they're sinners, they're doing something really evil. And I know they don't have money, they're not doing it for that, they're doing it for, like, they've got some really strong soul ties, they've got some curses on them, they've got some, like, there's nothing that you can do but to do some of those and it's not anybody that does blood sacrifice, it's like you have to be a certain level. So, but I would like to hear your views on that, on where do we go from there around changing the narrative of African spiritualities being seen as witchcraft or evil, or because we kind of went there a little bit with your presentation. So if you can clarify.
So, from my experiences, definitely I'm not saying that I definitely know in my experiences also been traveling to India, Sri Lanka myself, studying among some of the scholars there in terms of their culture and the concept of it. And sometimes when you go and study, and you do actually see very similarities in cultures. Sometimes it makes me think, which culture actually took it from where? You know, sometimes you do see that. We know, for example, some of the Hindu culture, you know, there's a deity called Kali. They used to sacrifice like 500,000 cows every year for her. I think this type of rituals have stopped just now. Although sometimes some of the deities might relate, but in the way how they were worshipped and what they symbolize might be two different forces. That's one thing I must say. Most of the sacrifices I've researched in my research, I think I don't have all those things present with me right now, but there's something I'll be able to pass on in some of the, I don't know if I'm going to leave my details on the group chat, and then I'll give you some of the information. But it started with a human sacrifice originally. You know, even when you look at the biblical story, you do find a lot of sacrifices this God needs. They say God loves the burning flesh. And then he says, make sure Deuteronomy is the whole book itself is on blood sacrifice. That this specific God, they call him Yahweh, he loved the specific sacrifices. And he's telling them how they should sacrifice and what needs to be done. You with me? So, and you do find those type of cultures, those type of principles in different cultures in Africa, as well as in Asia. So the question sometimes we ask is that, which cultures predate what? You with me? And what was the need of sacrifice in the first place of anything? And there are specific cultures where they used to sacrifice virgins, for example. Virgin young girls, they said they was regarded as the most, they will have specific higher divinity and higher purity in them. And they used to sacrifice those children for that purposes. Now you can see the Roman Vatican and everything that's happening. You know, that's just the tip of an iceberg. There's a lot of things what we have been told behind closed doors what's happening. You with me? There's a lot of things that we haven't told, but you can see there's similarities in different cultures that are doing things in relation to life. That's one thing I must say. And I don't say it's only regarding African cultures. I think the Western world do that more than any other cultures. You with me? They do that more than any other cultures in this world, in what you see in this world. And some of the lesson that was given to me when I was in Mount Kenya, amongst the elders of the Mount Kenya in Kenya itself, you know, they gave us a lesson. And in those lessons, we've been told that we never did these things. It was not our culture originally, although we adopted it down the line when different cultures are met. So there are times in Syria, for example, 2,000 years ago, there were African people living as a first-class citizens. You see, this is something that they want to tell us. Syria was full of African people that were rulers in those areas. So there are many interactions that we have done throughout the world. You know, Egypt 2,000 years ago was black majority was. It was black, blue-black. You feel me? So also some of the Western cultures trying to take the Egyptian culture out of African people. You with me? All our legacies that you find throughout different kingdoms, they kind of separated them one by one to make it look like, oh, African, we just bush people, oh, we just eat animal, we eat each other, and we don't know nothing. This is the type of narrative they gave us when you come from this Western narrative point of view. And our children, when they look at all these things, they're thinking, oh, this is some voodoo, this is some evil, this is some bad. Anything that is black is bad already. You have Black Christmas, Black Friday. When you play chess, the white start first, the black start second. When you play pool, you have the green land, you have different races on the land, and then the white ball, put all the races inside a hole, and the last remaining is the black ball, right? Remaining on the land, and then the white have to put the black ball inside the hole, and then you have the white man or the white ball standing on a green, owning the land. So there's a lot of narrative that they gave us throughout culture to hate self and kind in all our shades of color. You see, they taught us to hate ourselves and kind. I think the first thing we have to do, and the Western world and the Europeans have a love and hate relationship with us. There's some things that love about us, and there's something they hate about us. And one thing I must say is that once we come back to our original, when I say to our natural, not even original, our natural state of mind, natural state of being, that will be the end of white supremacy and the white power in its totality. They know that. That will be the end if we wake up in all effort. So they're doing all the effort to keep us bound, not only using their system, but also using our own to suppress us in many levels of things, whether it's financially, spiritually, mentally. So they're using our own to suppress us. So a lot of missionaries, you might look at a chess game, right? The chess game, you have the bishop in the chess game. And if you know chess game, you know that the bishop doesn't go straight, does it? It goes diagonal. You never see it coming. If you're a good chess player, as one of my brother-in-law here, you know, he always get you by the bishops. And the bishops, that's exactly what they did. They send in the bishop to Africa, and then they start initiating in their secret society using our black priests, African priests, and then they was misleading, and they become the agent for them. They become a spy for them in return that their children come to Western world to educate, in return of money, in return of status in African countries. So our challenge is not only how the Western view us, is how our own using us, you know, how we are being used by our own. That's one of our biggest challenges that we have. So I think if you ask me how we can change the narrative, I mean, it's already, our people are already waking up on a different level. You know, people are going natural, people are going more African. I've seen people showing posters of different, you know, specific force of nature, as the sister said, in terms of to symbolize. I've seen a poster of Shango, for example, in images, people are wearing some t-shirt like that. It's amazing things to see. So we are waking up already from the spell that we've been under for so long. We've been under, but it's also we're coming in a time of change anyway. You see, now the time is changing in the way we see life itself. You know, younger generation, they're not going to believe in a Jesus Christ that look like some guy from Brixton Hill anymore. You with me? They don't want to see Jesus in that image anymore. They want to see Jesus in the image and like themselves. So the younger generation have a different, there are different beings that are actually here who are not afraid of, you know, Europeans or police and anything like that. So yes, the generation are more wiser than the older generation because we've been suppressed, I must say, by way of religion, fear. And this generation that's coming now, they see life from a different perspective. And so we have to be real as much as we can to them. That's one thing I would say. We have to live, us here as a community, we have to live by example, by having something in front of them, and to be example how we react to each other. You know, when we fight each other and we are spiritual, then we become hypocrite at the same time. You know, if we cannot unite, regardless of how differences that we might have, if we cannot unite together as a people and showing the younger generation, you guys can do the same thing. If we cannot do that, then it's also our failure. That's also our weaknesses, that we have to look within ourselves and say, what is the thing that separates us? And how can we unite as a race of people, regardless of, you know, whichever background that we come from, you know me, and whatever religious or spiritual practices that we do. You know, we might have differences, but how can we unite in something that make us similar? You see, these are the type of things actually, maybe I say, how can we unite? This is something I've been involved doing myself since 2008, being here and supporting within our communities, as well as working with different communities. Say, okay, how can we unite regardless of our differences? And then this way, you know, the generation will look at us from a different light rather than to say, oh, this is better, oh, this is bad, and etc. So we have to find some type of common ground in which we can be expressed and we can be ourselves. So love and unity based in diversity is the key. That is the key, one of the things I would say. But yes, the narrative that's been given to us to say that black is evil, black is bad, it's already changing with the generation that's coming now. They have a different view of life than us that was there before, that we've been suppressed on all levels. You see, so I think the Western world is already coming to realization now that their time is up. They are masters of deception. We've been deceived for so long. We cannot really see the true power that is within ourselves. And personally, as I said, once we connect with our hearts, we don't have to worry about anything because the guidance will come directly to us without any middleman or any pastor or anybody. We can directly connect with our heart to our ancestors and our guides who are in the spirit world, who are actually waiting to dial the right number. At the moment, we're not be able to dial the right number because our mindset and how our heart is placed in the society and how we view ourselves is most of the time is based from the Western narrative rather than from the narrative of our ancestors. You with me? In which we—
Thank you so much for that. No, thank you for that.
So that's what I can say, but I can go on forever.
Sorry, no, thank you for the, no. So, no, the only reason I really wanted to address this is because I'm thinking about how I make this information accessible to children and young people so they can start learning from an early age. But what I wanted to say, you highlighted it from talking about Deuteronomy, I can't pronounce it right. The Bible itself has also talked about blood sacrifice. People still in the Catholic religion bring the blood of Christ. So
Mhm.
blood as a saying has been seen as a powerful tool. I have not done blood ritual, but what I wanted to emphasize is the fact that even Christianity itself has used it over the years and talked about it. So we need to be careful when we're talking about, when it's around African spirituality, and I'm still staying on that point, where we need to make sure that that narrative, they learned a lot from us. So instead of us almost turning down or vilifying or making our history looking like it's not grounded in practice with knowledge that obviously has more understanding than we do. I don't know all of it. I really think it's important for us to show the whole picture that this, when it comes to blood sacrifice, it's always happened.
Yeah, but also when you look at
the fact that actually
some of the school that we went for initiation, spiritual initiation. Once we reached a certain age, we was initiated to use our physical body as the light body that we have, to utilize it as some type of vehicle. So when you call research the rainbow, sorry.
I think somebody
I was just going to say, yeah, I was just saying that it's about not, because it's we need to be careful when we're deconstructing and decolonizing the language that we're using to talk about our own spirituality. Because if not, if someone else is hearing us, and I'm assuming this is going on live, people might take that perception out there, and that's why I wanted to clarify it. But with that, I stop and say thank you so much for your input.
Thank you too.
Thank you. I noticed Chief Montana, before you go on, has unmuted. Do you have something to say, Chief?
Oh no, I was already. I must have not muted myself again.
Okay. Okay. All right. Last quick final words, Brother Neb.
Yeah, well, I'm always willing to work with our communities. I think we have the Earth Center community in the shop, did a lecture on their spiritual practices. We have worked with Mutwa Ashby, Queen Afua. We work with Dr. Leila Afrika May, his soul rest with our ancestors. So we work with our community. So I just want to let you know what I'm talking about is something that we do every day in our community here. And I appreciate you also, Auntie Jean, to have this platform. You are the wise woman amongst us too. Let's not always acknowledge people when they passed away. This is some of the things that we like to do, but we also should acknowledge the people that are still alive, that's doing the work, like yourself. And you're not only sitting there just because of that. You've been in our community for so long. I mean, we did the repatriation march, and Brixton, me and you was working together.
Yes,
so
yes, we did.
Work that our communities are doing. We should always acknowledge people that out there. There are so much people that I can mention. Brother Kofi, Sister Esther. There's so much communities that are amongst us that are doing the work, and the idea is really, to me, and it's a blessing to have all those living people on the planet to acknowledge and to also. I always say that seek support. People should get support. You should get support from our communities instead of acknowledging us or me or whatever that might be when we are not here longer anymore. I think love and unity has to be done in action. And if somebody of the listeners, as well as some of the lecturers here, future references, if you want to work with us in whatever form, if you want to utilize our space, or if you want to do anything like nature, we are willing always here to be of your service. We're not a host, we're not a guest, we are a host in which we do the service for our community. So with this, I'll send divine love and guidance and protection to you all by way of our ancestors, and also the force of nature in all their manifestation, I would say, family. Thank you so much, family.
And thank you so much, Brother Neb. Thank you. Over to you, Sister Namana.
Yes.
Manana, sorry.
That's okay. We want to go on. Is Brother Neville here? I understand he was earlier, and
I was trying to log him in, but we're having difficulties. So as soon as I can get him in, I'll let you know.
Okay. Then I'll go. How about that?
Yes, that'll be good.
Okay. All right. So how is
everyone? If you'd like to you reintroduce yourself, because some people have come in, as I say, came in a lot later. So yeah.
All right. All right. I'm Manana. I'm from the States, actually Roswell, Georgia. And I conduct a Wednesday workshop, and it's called Spilling the Tea. I'm going to spill some tea here with you. And before we get started, what I would like to do is go ahead and clear the space for us. Auntie Jean did a great job before we started in doing that as well. And I just wanted to add on to what she had already done. So before we start, I would like for us all to create ourselves, okay? And for just my section, we're creating ourselves as whole, complete, and perfect. Whole, complete, and perfect. And that there is nothing wrong here. Everything is just as it is. It's just so. We're not going to add any meaning to it. And we're not going to take meaning away from it. Okay? So are we all on board? We're whole, perfect, and complete. Is that right?
Yes, and willing and ready and able.
All righty then. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. So the question was asked about what does my God look like? Right? My God looks like me. Mm-hmm. He looks like you. Mm-hmm. He's the ultimate creator. But the beauty of it all is this. He created the heavens, the earth, and then he created us. And according to understanding, some understanding and some not, that he created us in his likeness being in his image, right? So just think about this for a moment. If he created us in his likeness, right? What does that make us? We're creators. Mm-hmm. Because we took on everything that he was or he is. Everything. Not those things we chose to take on and say, oh, that doesn't fit me, but this fits me. No, it all fits you. Right? So then I ask you this. Have you ever asked yourself the question, who are you? Mm-hmm. Who are you? Better yet, have you ever looked in the mirror and asked yourself that question? Mm-hmm. The question is never, who am I? But it is, who are you? And the reason we don't ask, who am I, is because we have a perception of who we are. And others have a perception of who we are. But when you look deeply inside your eyes, I don't know if you've ever did this experiment before, but have someone stand in front of you and you both look inside each other's eyes. You feel your spirits. You actually see them. And that's who we are. So I'm going to ask again, who are you? If you have asked yourself that question, what answers did you receive? I want you to just take a moment and take note as to who we are. And what I like to say is, I'm a co-creator. God is the creator, and we are made in his image and not in the image of man. Again, therefore, if your creator created you in their image, that makes us creators as well. Well, I want you to wrap your mind around that. We're creators. Take a moment and marinate on that. Yes, we have been given the ability to create what we want for ourselves and our life. Now, for those of you that believe I am completely off my rockers, I want you to take a moment and look at this. We create every day, all day. When we get up in the morning, sometimes we create what kind of day we're going to have. Sometimes we get up and we say, it's going to be a crappy day. You know, or how about this one? I'm not feeling well. And then you get up, you get dressed, you go on to work or go on about your day. And around noontime, guess what? Feeling crappy.
Yeah.
All hell's broken loose in your life. And then you say, I don't know, what's wrong? What kind of day is this? But you created that. You have to go back to when you got up that morning and you said to yourself, it's going to be a crappy day, right? Or you may not have even been sick. You just didn't feel like doing or being whoever you were at the time. And by golly, before night falls, you're not feeling well. You've created that for yourself and your life. Okay? You will find that you are or have had a crappy day because when you got up, guess what you created? A crappy day. We create when we pray. When you pray, asking for, you know, we've asked for these houses. Don't forget those cars, different jobs, good health, a man, a woman, you name it. You're creating when you're asking for these things. Let me share with you a couple of examples that I've created over the years, just as I was realizing, you know how you realize something, but you really don't know? So I was realizing something, but I really didn't know, okay? When I created purchasing my home. And I remember one day I was driving down the highway and I got a message, not knowing that it was a message from the ancestors, right? I got a message to turn down a certain street. Now, this is the thing. I had spoken with my brother-in-law and my sister sometime earlier about purchasing a house. I did not have the money to go draw out of the bank to say, hey, I want to purchase this house. But I knew I was purchasing a house. What I was doing was I was creating. I drove down 38th Court And there on the right hand side was a house with a huge sign that said for sale. I immediately stopped the car, wrote the number down, made a call, and met the realtor and went inside the house. I fell in love with that house. But when I started to have reservations about whether or not I would get the house, I drove to the house. I walked all the way around that house, creating myself and my family inside that house. I got that house with no money because I created myself inside of that house. We are co-creators. You got to get that. We create how we want our lives to be. One other example is I have 3 beautiful children, have 7 gorgeous, gorgeous grandchildren, and 1 great-grand who has stolen my heart from them all. But when I was raising my children after my divorce, I knew that they were going to college. And one day I heard my daughter speaking with one of her friends, and they were talking about college, and something was asked about whether or not she was going. And she said, I was really shocked. She said, we knew that we were going to college from my mother's womb. Well, when I was carrying her, that was the plan. So what I was creating was passed on to my 3 children. And all 3 of them went to college. Did I know how I was going to send them to college? No, not at all. But I knew that they were going. I was creating that. I was spinning the yarn, if you understand what I mean by that. They all 3 went to college. And the bonus is this: 3 or 4 of the 7 grandchildren have also completed college. We are co-creators because we are made in his likeness. There was a time that I used to just get up in the morning and just let life happen. And I'm sure we've all done that. And not had any input whatsoever in what would happen to my life. So when we get up and we just let life happen, just let it be, you're not contributing. You're not contributing. What you're doing is you're accepting whatever happens. Oh, c'est la vie. Whatever happens, happens. Because you've not put anything in that space to help create something for yourself and your life. It's something I no longer do. And I'm so grateful because I am a contributor to what happens to me in my life. I create how I want my day to go. And sometimes what we create in the morning, it gets altered. And guess what? That's okay. Because we have, it's like a whiteboard. It's our slate. And you just take an eraser and guess what? You erase, right? And you recreate. You recreate it. An example would be, I was on my way to the bank one day. I had received a check. And I don't know why, when I opened the envelope, I said, oh, let me go to the bank. And then on my way there, I said, I know these people at this bank are going to give me a hard time about this check. Well, there was no reason for them to give me a hard time about the check. I was a customer. I'd bank there frequently. And so just so happened, my son called me and I said to him, I said, oh my goodness. I said, I created that I'm going to have a hard time at the bank with this check. And I don't know how to pull it back. I didn't know how to pull it back. I still don't know how to do that. He tells me there's a way to do it, but I don't know what it is yet. And I walked inside the bank and the teller looked at the check and she started asking all these questions about that check. And the only thing I could do was say, thank you, ma'am. Let me have the check. Let me have that check back. And I had to leave because I didn't want to be bothered with something that I had created. And that was a hard time for having to deposit or cash or whatever I was doing with the check. I went to another branch, had no problems. Walk right in. So what I did was I recreated what I had created. You got that? Okay. And I had to start with a clean slate. So it's like this, your clean slate, there's nothing there. This is it. This is what I start with. This is it. From nothing, absolutely nothing, because I'm a co-creator, remember? From nothing, I created happiness, joy, peace, health, wealth, and whatever else I want. Make it a practice of creating what you want for yourself and your life when you start your day or before you start your day. You can start right now creating how you want your chapters to begin and how you want them to end. Keeping in mind, because we're all created in this image, right? That our parents were also created and also creators. This is another reason why we have that connection with our parents, because we were created to do so. And with that, I'm going to leave you with a question. And then if you have any questions, please raise your hand and we'll get them answered for you. But
sorry, I can't find the button to raise my hand.
That's because you are a host.
Host, okay.
So, yeah. So the question is this, just marinate on this for a little bit. You've heard people say, the best is yet to come. The best is yet to come, meaning they're not living right here in the present where we should be. Not the past, not the future, but right here where we should be, because this is all that's promised to us right here and now. The best is yet to come. So I want you to tell me why you suppose people feel that way or they say those things.
Because they don't have their best now.
Because they don't, say that again, please.
They don't have their best now. So they have, because the position that they're in now, they said, okay, the better is going to come because they haven't got it now.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. I'll just tell you this. This is the way I feel about that. The best is right here and now, where we are, right here and now. Because yet to come may never come.
Exactly.
You got that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So pay attention to your inner state, you know, and create what you want. Create what you want, not what someone else wants for you, but what you want for yourself and your life. Okay? So if you have any questions, Dawn.
I have a question, but I see Marvina's put her hand up. So Marvina.
Marvina.
Thank you so much for that. I always talk about manifestation and being a co-creator. And to be honest to you, when it comes to my mental health and well-being, I realized as soon as I start thinking that my circumstances are what I put in my mind, it started changing. And I realized that I could alter exactly how I wanted my day to go. I think it's just speaking life into something you just said regarding, it's so easy and it's so much fun when you speak in, if your account isn't looking the way it needs to look like. And I've been trying it because it's fun to do. I'll be like, oh, money is coming to me. Money likes me and I'm okay. So even when things don't look right for me, and it's by putting that intention out there, it just comes straight away because I'm creating my narrative. And even when I, just like you talked about the bank, I found myself in a challenging conversation with, because of the work I do, I teach and I work with the council and I do community activism. One of the biggest things that happen is that you go into spaces where other people's energy and narratives of what they think you are comes into play. And you walk in sometimes with this imposter syndrome, like you don't deserve to be in a space. And once you think you're going to get attacked, you get attacked. I can't explain it. Once you think this person is not going to like me, they're not going to like you.
Absolutely.
And I then found it was so much fun when I realized that even when someone says they don't like me, I go, okay, that's for now. When you see my true heart intention, peace will be on you. If you still don't like me, that's good. There you go. I let it go because that's not my problem. And I bypass, and people say, maybe you're just happy-go-lucky. It's not that, because I realized I'm my own divinity. I'm God's reflection. So I get to do exactly what I think I deserve to get from life. I deserve to be happy. So I'm not waiting till it will get better. In fact, it is better right now. I'm getting those opportunities coming through. What I would love for you to, because I'm playing with some tools like, you know, like the focus wheel in the morning, just being able to just like sit there and I'll put a link in there. But are there some tools you think people can use to navigate clarifying their thoughts in the morning? Because I realize when I do it in the morning, no matter what, and if I don't do it, I promise you my day goes sideways. And I do it with my kids. So even my 8-year-old and 9-year-old, they do it where they set their intent for the day and how great the day is going to be and how they're going to learn and they're going to have something exciting to say when they come home. And they always do. So what tools do you think are going to be great to help people navigate rewiring their brains to realize that they are a reflection of God himself or herself or themselves, and also that there's this power of our thought and our tongue when we speak, because we can speak things into existence. And I'm telling you, because my bank account just reflected it while we were talking. So it's one of those things that I'm realizing how powerful and strong it is. But I think coming to our elders and our aunties to kind of give us those tools, maybe there might be more tools that I can use or other people can use. It would be great for you to share it, and if that's okay. But thank you so much for this. It really just synced in really well. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Thank you for sharing. Anyone? I don't see any other hands up. Anyone else?
Yes, I wanted to ask, how did you get your dream home without without paying for it, you said, or is there any money?
Without any money. Of course, I paid mortgage,
Yeah.
but I,
Yeah.
you know, if I could tell you that, I would. You know what I'm saying? Some things are just done and left in the spiritual world. You got
Right.
that? You know, and it's not for us to always know. That's one of our huge problems we have.
That's true.
It's just not for us to always know. If you ask me, being a single parent, how I raised these 3 beautiful children, and they all went to college on my salary. I mean, I had a great job. But if you ask me how I did that, other than creating it for myself and for them, I can't tell you. It gets to a point in your life that being in the natural world, right? It dissipates. And you're at the point that you know that you're moving, but you're not walking on your own. You know that those different things that used to happen, and you are things that my mom would say, and it's like, oh, this woman is, you know, off her rockers or what have you, right? All of those things start to come into play. And you realize that she's saying those things because they're things that you need to know, that are things that are going to be with you. You may not understand it right now, but you know, as she used to say, keep saying good morning. And we get them, we get it. I know that along with my creator, my ancestors are always with me. Sometimes their presence is so heavy, like yesterday, or may have been the day before, there was a male presence here with me. I can describe to you what he looked like. As far as his build is concerned, because I never get a clear picture of the face. For me, I've learned to allow myself to be comfortable in those settings. Because I know it's all good. Because that's what I've created for myself and my life. Yeah. And I could go on and on, but I won't. Any more questions?
And I could listen to you on and on. I see, Arthur, you have your hand up. I know it's your hand, a physical hand, and not the electronic hand. But yeah, we'd like to speak.
Really sorry, but I can't find the button that shows where you're. I do apologize. So I'm at school. I just wanted to just say, is that I totally relate with exactly what you are saying there. But one of the things that you've said, which is how you create, is in the words that you've used. And the words that you've used was, I saw the house and I wanted that house. Now, you ended up with that house superbly. But what you didn't do was you didn't put any stops in your perception or your action in order to get to the house. You didn't think of money. You didn't think of anything else. You just wanted the house. So when I create in my life, I've done exactly the same thing. I don't ever put any stops. So I always think of the end goal and just go there, just go for it, rather than putting any stops of how am I going to get the money, how am I going to do this, how am I going to do it. It will all be given to you if you just concentrate on the end goal. And that's how I created. But thank you very much. It was really, really insightful. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Thank you.
I see, Sister Kesheni, you've unmuted. You have a question.
Yeah, it's a kind of question, but a kind of point. And I would just like to say, because it's something really struck me, because when I was talking about in our culture and the Ori going to see Olodumare to talk about destiny, it just dropped. Oh, destiny is co-creation. This that we are working with divine. And destiny has got this kind of great, my destiny, which seems like something large as this thing that we are going to achieve in either finance or fame or a range of things. There's something largeness about it. And I realized my destiny is about co-creating with Olodumare from what Ma has said. And as an artist, it kind of flows and makes sense. And the fact that there are predestined aspects that Manama mentioned in coming in is a co-creation. So that our destiny and why Olodumare sort of says, great, come in and do that, is because it's the co-creation with Olodumare. We're not doing it on our own. And I like the co-creation in addition to the idea of destiny, which seems somewhat singular. So, you know, destiny, my destiny, seems very self and singular focused, individualist almost. Whereas coming in to co-create, there is, I'm not by myself. There is the great other, the Most High. And then there are those that complement and enable and help for that to happen. The community, family, ancestors, others that come to play. So I feel really like I've received that from that. Thank you so much. I think that that's really very forward, much settling about the idea of destiny. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and if you noticed, what came to view was family, was myself, was the community in a sense. Yeah. We need those things to also survive, because we were not created as, you know, to be alone, in other words, to not have communication with each other. You see, it's just like I sort of touched on, and that's just another segment onto this. It's like with our parents, who are also co-creators, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so they had something to do with us being created, although it was God's will that we were created. Well, that will was for your parents as well. And I personally look at it like this. I will never be a creator that would be more outstanding than my parents, because they are above me. My grandparents are above my parents. So it comes down the lineage, but it's just as powerful. You see, because, for example, and there's a connection that can never, ever be broken. Never, ever be broken. An example would be this. Someone having a tumultuous childhood, growing up. And there is a yearning from the mother. And many times it's the yearning is for the mother more than it is for the father. And that's because we begin our bonding process at the time of conception. We mothers start becoming related to the child, and the child starts becoming related to the mother. The father fertilizes the egg and pulls away. And this is where the bonding starts with the mother and the child, because the egg is left with the mother. She's nourishing that child. That child realizes that he or she needs to be connected and have this relationship with the mother in order to survive. And so when there is a brokenness in one's rearing, for whatever reason, there's always that yearning for your mother, that yearning for your parents to be accepted, to be loved, to be spoken with. Even if we get in trouble, to be hugged, just knowing that those creators that had a great deal to do with your creation are there for you. It's like a person that was adopted. And that's a good thing, because everybody's not cut out to be a mother or a father. You get that? And this child knows as they grow along that something's missing in their life. There is a yearning there for something, but they don't know what it is until their parents sit them down and say, "We are your adopted parents." And 9 times out of 10, what does that person do? They immediately go out and try and find their natural mother first. Because there's a missing there for them. There's a yearning there for them. There is a disconnect. It's
And I
like
also,
connecting chains, and the chains are broken. You got that?
I just want to go back to what you said about we're not going to be, or just to kind of to say again about being not as much as our parents or as much as our grandparents. Can you just go back on that?
Okay. All right, let me see if I can explain it a little better. You know that you have respect for your parents, right? And so that respect for them, right, is a great respect because they were here first. They were co-creators first. And it's like when you have your own child, right? You're a co-creator, but you are greater at it than your child because you're raising your child.
So, okay, but there are children that are born that recognize the limitations in their upbringing that they then look to improve on when they're having children, isn't it?
Of course.
So is that not, how does that sit? Because sometimes it's like our generations of African people now, we need to have do more than our families of 300 years ago that had their limitations. Is that not kind of an expectation, or not expectation, but what we would look to progress the community or progress a family or our society, that we've got to, whatever they've left, we want to raise that higher? Or am I not in the same? I'm just trying to see how the two go.
Of course you want to raise it higher. And then what they've done is they've passed that education down to you from, you know, generation to generation to generation to generation. It doesn't stop with your parents because they're part of your creation. It doesn't stop with you because you are part of their creation. I'll say it again. Okay, so your child, it wouldn't stop with your child. And because of course we all want better for our children, but what really is that? What does that really mean? Because I look at things that have happened over the years, that have taken place over the years, and we've lost so much. It's been like a sifter, if you will. Because we get to the point, get to the place, oh, that's old fashioned. I don't want to do that anymore. So we have to be careful when we say, oh, well, I'm raising my children to have a better life than I had. What does that mean for you? And see because it may mean one thing for you, but something completely different for me. And so then you hear some people say, oh, we need to get back to the old ways. Well, what part of the old ways? You have to, for me, when I hear things like that, I have to stop and think about it. Because what that meaning is for me may not be the same meaning for you. And yes, we all want the very best for our children, for our grandchildren, for those to come that we don't know who they are. But we also have to remember that we were created for specific jobs. We have specific medicines, and it's not all the same. And I'm a believer that whatever our job or our medicines are, when we've completed that journey, then we will be no more on this earth. We become an ancestor. I don't know if I answered your question.
It's kind of. I hear it. Yes, I do hear it. I just, yeah, I do. I guess my picture of not about being better than, but perhaps, yeah, doing better, doing more, kind of take the idea of taking it further, but what you're saying is that that's not necessarily better than, so the frame and the relativity of it. So yeah, that's clearer. Thank you.
Yeah, you're quite welcome. All right, anyone else?
Anybody got any questions?
Well, it looks like we're all clear. Auntie James.
Okay.
Jean, I'm sorry.
But I'd like to, could you give us some more, as I said, tips? Because they say we're co-creators. And yes, is what we put out there is what we can receive. And even though you know this, sometimes you still have a habit of putting, as you said, the blockers or something in the way, but you know, you just have to sort of like go full steam ahead. Do you have any tips that, you know, you could use? Like you wake up in the morning, you say, it's going to be a great day today. And, you know.
Well, I would recommend that everyone create an affirmation for themselves. And I took mine and until I memorized it, I taped it on my mirror in the bathroom. You see, because when you're getting dressed for work, you're making up your face or brushing your teeth or whatever, is right there. And you can recite it every day, or as many times you want to during the day. But one of the things that I found to be very important, when you start to make the change and remove whatever you believe is something negative or a block in your life, you can't leave that empty. You have to fill it up. Because just as sure as you leave it empty, guess what? Yeah. So you fill it up with something positive, something good, something that you want for yourself in your life. So when those thoughts start to creep in your mind, and they will, you can go back to where you've already filled up that hole with something good and positive for yourself in your life. And eventually it will become a normal course of habit for you. You just automatically do it. Yeah.
Okay. I'll keep on. As I say, practice makes perfect.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And you know, this stuff doesn't come overnight.
No, I mean, it seems like you've cracked it. I mean, when did you realize how to put in place what you've actually put in place? Did it come naturally? Did somebody tell you? Is it something you've heard?
Well, let me tell you, I was doing it and didn't realize I was,
Okay.
you know? And I remember, yeah, I think all of the children were at home at that time. I remember one evening, I'd done some reading, and there were some things that came across my mind that I wanted in my life, you know? And so I made a list. And what I did with that list is I opened up my Bible at the time, and I found a chapter where I wanted to put the list, and I put the list there. A month later, I was going through the Bible, and all of a sudden I saw the list, because I honestly had forgotten I put it there. And I started looking at the things on the list and started crossing them out one by one, those things that I had accomplished.
Mm-hmm.
And then there were different things that would happen, different incidents that would happen, and I would know that they were going to happen, right? And I remembered hearing my mother have conversations with some of her friends. So you asked me, when did I realize it? I really don't know. I don't know. I know that there were certain things, and for instance, if there was a friend of ours and I was having a conversation with her, and she was saying that her mother was ill, and she and her sister were making arrangements that for them both to switch up and each keep her or take care of her exclusively for 6 months. And I'm sitting there listening to her, and I got the message that they weren't going to have to do that because she was going to transition. And I just sat there. So I remember calling my son and telling him what had taken place. And then a lot of things had taken place, but I didn't think that my children were experiencing any of these things, but they were. We just didn't talk about it. And when I told my son what had happened, he says, "Why didn't you tell her?" That shocked me. I said, "How can you tell somebody that their mother's going to transition?" He said, "You just tell them." And that was like at the beginning of his spiritual work. So, you know, then you just start noticing and experiencing more and more. And, you know, you probably have the experiences, but you just don't notice them, or you choose to ignore them because people may think you're off your rockers or something like that. But you have to be you. You have to be the person that you've created to be. That is so important. Be you, the person you're created to be. I like to say to some of the people that take the Wednesday workshop with me, we have to be ourselves because everybody else is already taken.
I like that.
Everybody else is already taken.
Yeah.
Be you, be who you are. Enjoy who you are. Love who you are. Make love to yourself. And be free. That's very important. be free. I like to say, be like a butterfly. You see how freely a butterfly flies along.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. You have.
Yeah, man, Auntie, you love her, man. I'm still.
Yes.
I didn't understand.
You have somebody with you, Dawn, that'd like to
Yeah,
say
he's
something.
just affirming your love.
Oh, okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
for Manama. What I wanted to ask you is, how do you, two questions. How do you live with life being as it is? You know, we have a saying, it is as it is.
Oh,
so how do you go around doing that? And the second question was, I'll come back to that one.
okay. So what I've had to learn, and I am very fortunate. My children remind me. They'll say, they'll say something, and I'll look at them like they're off their rockers, and they'll say, well, we got that from you, right? They remind me, what can you do about it? Like, you can't do, if it's not something that you can change, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And by me, and trust me, I used to stress out, I used to be really spastic, right? But I learned that if there's nothing I can do about it, I am not going to waste my time. Yeah. Those things that I do have control over, I try and make that change.
Mm.
When I was younger, you do all those things. You worry, you're spastic, you're this, you're that. And, you just get to a point in your life, you realize that over half of the things that you've concerned yourself with or got involved with or what have you were totally meaningless. Meaning that you got nothing from it, no value. If there's no value, I always blow over my right shoulder. Let it go. Let it go. It's like carrying around a bag of rocks when all you have to do is drop the bag and be free.
Yeah, I think we said that was karma, didn't we, yesterday when we spoke?
Yes. Mm-hmm. What's your second question?
Sorry, how do you live in your nature?
Explain that to me. You're muted.
Yeah, how do you identify what is your true nature for you? Because I take it it's different for everybody.
Yeah. Well, for me, I know what it is by doing. Okay. For instance, I'm a doer, I'm a sharer, I want to make sure that people are comfortable. People are felt warm and wanted. So I'm always doing something. I may cook a full meal and, call the kids and, hey guys, this is what we got. Or just doing, I'm a doer. You know how some people wake up or don't get up and this isn't a bad thing, it's just who they are and it's what's so. Don't get out of bed until 11 or 12, 1 o'clock during the day, right? That's not something I can do. To me, I look at that as a waste of my time. I can be doing something more productive. Yeah, I'm not sure I answered your question.
Well, I wanted to thank everybody for this safe, open space that we were able to have this conversation. The conversation was well overdue. And my personal experience is, and I know it's going to sound weird and wacky, but working with Chief, he's taught me magic. That's all I can say. He's taught me, I mean, I had a rough idea like how to manifest. I had a rough idea how to pray. You know, you're told to close your eyes and put your hands together or whatever. But since I've been working with Chief, I can actually see the results now. And like I said, I reiterate, he's taught me magic. My purpose in life is to remember, because we know all of this, but we've forgotten. We've forgotten how to build businesses. We've forgotten to build houses. We've forgotten how to look after our elders. We've forgotten the rituals. The list is endless. So this was the perfect opportunity for us to sit down as a collective and discuss some of the things that we can do to build back our community, and to be able to speak the unspoken, which in my mind is the truth, because nobody wants to hear it. All the things we do not want to talk about, we don't want to discuss, we don't want to face, it's like the elephant in the room. And I thank Auntie Jean again, because Auntie Jean has given us the opportunity to start the conversation. And we need to bring more people round the table and we sit down and discuss, you know, because we are the elders now. It's upon our shoulders that the next generation rests. We need to leave a legacy. We need to leave a blueprint, a roadmap for the next generation, because otherwise they're doomed to continue failing. So hopefully people can take from this meeting, you know, what they need, and it's encouraging them to go away and research. Don't believe anything that we've said, nothing that you've heard. Go away and do your own research. And what more can I add, really? There's not a lot more that I can add.
There's a hand raised by 2 people. Hote, would you like to unmute and ask your question? Pronounce your name correctly. Hote?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to say, before I begin, just want to say thank you for this, allowing me to join this group. I just wanted to say something about what Dawn was saying, because I like to think outside the box. So as you know, it's with the children, we have to teach the children. I'm thinking we need to be smart. You've heard of Osusu? Have you heard of Osusu?
No, I haven't, but obviously other people have, but I haven't. So explain, please.
Well, I'm not an expert, right? Well, my understanding is It's where people get together and they put their resources together in a way to create something, and is actually what the banking system is based on.
Oh, you're talking about partner.
Yes.
Well, we call it partner. Yeah. You call it yeah.
Well, I think this is an avenue. This is a route out of what we're in, because we need our own resources. We need to start gathering our resources, and maybe as the elders, there's not enough of us to get it going, or maybe there is. You never know. But I was thinking maybe, the children, we can teach them, maybe modernize, they teach them partner, so they start from when they're a young age. When they start from a young age, get them to do partner. By the time they grow up, the 1 or 2 of them, or 3 of them, or 20 of them, or 100 of them, or 2 million of them will be able to do something, because it's a generational game we're playing. We might not be able to see the benefits, but we have to think about how we can pass something on to the next generation so that they can move forward, because the situation we're in right now, all these people talking about the religion, and I'm sorry, I can't remember everyone's name, and everything that has been done against us. For us to remove this, we cannot do it overnight. It's totally impossible. One person cannot do it by themselves. It has to be done. I mean, it's like we will never see the benefit of this, but we can start it. So things like teaching them, looking to our ancestors and taking from them the tools that they use to live in their civilization, and reintroducing it to the next generation. I believe this is how we need to do it. This is how we need to just be looking at it, like being, proactive. Like we need to teach our children what it is they need to do, what our ancestors were doing. We need to study our ancestors' civilization and not focus on any kind of single person, but understand how their civilization operated, what were the fundamentals, and then reintroduce this to our children. And I believe, okay, if we can't reintroduce it to our children, maybe that's not the generation, maybe it's the generation after them. But what we do is we present the information to the next generation so that they can work on it and then give it to their children, what it is that they're meant to be doing, because it's not going to be easy for us to come out of this situation that we're in right now. I don't know. That's about it. That's what I want to say right now.
Can I just add to that? I mean, there's things as simple as even books that I've been unable to get my hands on. And I would want to make them available for all our people, the tribe, the village, the family. We also need buildings to house these books, and the artwork and the culture, and we need to start and provide exhibitions, shows, have friendly competition, because we used to do that.
Yeah, that's right. Create a culture.
Sorry.
No, sorry, I was just agreeing with Dawn. We need to create a new culture. Sorry, Dawn, speak. Sorry, right. Dawn. I'll mute myself.
Fine. So anybody can unmute and join in if they've got anything to add. This conversation by ourselves. As I see it, we need to bring heaven here on earth. It's in the Bible. We have to create the world that we are looking for. We need to remove the blockages. And, how, help me out, Kesheni. How to do the roadblocks, to remove the roadblocks, to remove the barriers, the obstacles, to reverse the spells that we are all under.
Well, I think we go back to Marvina's original question, perhaps we need to do an A to Z of options that people can work with. And things like the Susu hand, the partner, it is an option that has been, you know, proposed to the community, and it's a great legacy, but it's a tainted legacy for many of us. There's a big stain on it because of experience that some of us have been involved in it, but we've been abused in it. So there's this kind of reluctance that means many of us are not going to participate.
But wasn't it Marcus Garvey who said that we need to build businesses?
That's absolutely true. But what we've got over the past, I would even say the 20th century, perhaps from the 50s going for the 50s, it was strong. The Caribbean community, when they came here, they had something going, they had something strong. They had an identity and a grouping that they worked with, and they're the ones that created club life. They're the ones that created a social aspect so that they could be together. And they created Susu Hand. My parents bought a house in the early 1960s where there were still signs of no dogs, no Irish, whatever, to get a property. They bought property and they worked that in their community. And it was an African Caribbean community that found something. I don't have it. I don't have a property. And there's a sense of isolation that I've come out of. It was a very tail end of my mother's time where Susu started to turn bad. Somebody run with the money. Something happened with the banking with the money. And then it only needed to happen once, 2 or 3 times somewhere. And it went out as something that suddenly became a characteristic of how we do things. So we've got these layers of labels on our community that prevent our community from coming on board something or from working together. And sometimes it used to look at how many organizations we've created, how many conferences in the last 30, 40 years about education and what our children need. And up to now, we do not have our own secondary school. And yet people from war-torn countries can arrive in the UK and create their school and do it in their own language. And we've not been able to do it. So what is it that is the block? And how do we be honest in articulating that block? Spiritual, emotional, physical, mental, behavioral. Our children are just beaten up, bland on the street. Boom, a policeman can just take a youth, lead him up against a car and just punch him in his face. Job done. And what we have to do is go and protest about it. That's the action that we take. Protest, say something, and it goes to the police. The police will take it through. They'll do an independent review of it. They will do this and this, and we still will not have our school. And in fact, he was outside a school that we have created. He was outside West Academy.
Yeah, but we've been taught not to trust. This is all part of the spell. It's all part of the spell.
So great. So the spell then is what we have to dismantle and unspell and stop using the book of spells, which is the Bible.
Well, with you having said that, we still have Chief here, and I'm wondering if he can enlighten us.
Ashe.
Chief Montano?
So if it's okay if he speaks now.
Yeah. As I say, he's due to come
There was
on.
someone with their hand up in the meantime.
Arthur.
Well, Linda Cotton
Is that a hand up?
I just wanted to say that yeah, I mean,
Hello?
can you hear me?
Oh,
This
Linda,
is Shakura. Oh,
Can you hear me?
hold on, please. Hold on. Go ahead, Arthur.
Right. I just wanted to say that, yeah, we are under a spell, and it's a really, really bad spell that we've all been hurt in some way or other with regards to past actions that we've created. But that's all part of the nastiness that we've got to try and find a way of being able to break through that. But the only way that I can see that actually happening is for us to create that community that thrives on the community spirit so that you can build that trust. You mentioned companies. One of the things that I'm already trying to do is to try and look at my company and try and put a portion of my profit into that community, and helping all of the restaurants, create our own bookstores, and put that money into helping our children. And if all of the companies can agree to creating that kind of society or that kind of relationship with everybody around us, then we can get through that spell that we don't belong to each other, that they've given us, and that we don't need each other, and that we're only just going to get hurt again. I mean, one of the things that I was looking at just a couple of weeks ago, well, where's all our black banks? Well, there's enough people out there. Why haven't we got a black bank? Why? And then a white guy turned around to me and said to me, well, you want to know that you can get your money out at the end of the week, don't you? And I said to him, that is so disgusting.
But I feel that the banking system is going to collapse anyway, the financial system. But I think the first point of call is to be able to recognize or identify when we're actually having spell work done upon us.
Very true. Very true. But like you're saying, that we're all dealing with so much pain, especially when we know how money is so hard for us to get, and then when it's taken away from us through whatever nastiness, we don't have that in our spirit yet for it not to affect our spirit. It automatically hurts us. And it's that part that I believe that we really need to be working on individually, that we just accept rather than blame ourselves, so that pain goes deeper within us, and then we stop creating a community, which is what we so need. Because we've seen it already in America. When Black people have stuck together, they've created something beautiful. It's always been there. But what do? They go and blow it up. We can do that here if we all try and come together and create a community spirit. And I believe that the start needs to be from businesses, that we all help those businesses, and we all put, if we're going to help it, then they have to commit to putting X amount of their profit in the pot, so that we can start to see what we can do together.
That's
because
true.
when we start to see what we can do together, we'll be completely on our way. That's
true. Very true. Thank you, Arthur. Lydia, do you still have your question?
Shakura.
Is that Shakura?
yes, greetings.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually now I'm on my way to a doctor's appointment, but and so I really can't expound on what I wanted to say. But the talking point Number one, that quote unquote God. We all agree that there are many different names, many different religions, many different theologies. And so, but the one thing that I subscribe to is that God is not a human being. It's not a person. It's not somebody like in the Wizard of Oz standing behind a curtain, you know, pushing the buttons and making things happen. That's just totally impossible with the billions of people that are here in the world. But that said, it's more of a thing of recognizing the cosmic energy and more of a creative intelligence of an entity that isn't anthropomorphic. It's not a human being as we know it to be as a human being. So that was one thing. Second is that our Western mind, and everyone that's on this call is educated either with advanced degrees or readings and knowledge and travel and, you know, all of that. But it's the Western mind that is the downfall of everything that happens to us. And when I say Western mind, I'm here in Atlanta, Georgia. And so when I say the Western mind, it's like the European mind, the white man's mind, that kind of thing, that we're so embedded, that's so entrenched, embedded in our entire being, that the generations that come behind us, I wish them the opportunity to not even to be exposed to what it's like to have a Western mind. If I had any kind of wish, that would be my one wish, not to have the exposure or the upbringings, the understanding, if you will, of quote unquote Western mind. All of us have been educated, you know, I was at Hampton, I was at Yale, all of that, the Western mind, because you're reading out of their Western books, and very seldom do we read out of what is indigenous, what is cultural for us and about us for us, but we are reading out of what they have told us. And so then it requires then a second layer, a third layer, deep layer of going into oneself to find out who that other mind that is the essence of our being. And that's our African mind, that spiritual mind that we all have. And what we've all agreed on the last couple hours is that we have it, we know it, and it's in us. How do we get it? How do we foster it, empower it, keep it going, flow it, spread it, all of that? And that's what is going to take the time that we won't see in our lifetime, unfortunately, but fortunately enough, it will happen at some point in time. And as we come back from our ancestral realm into whatever entity, whatever being we come back as, that it will be peaceful, quiet, and more like ourselves as we first came here the millennia ago, the antiquity, and so that our African selves are, it'll be a beautiful thing. I can just see it, I envision it. You know, you have to be able to envision it. I envision it, but it won't be in this lifetime. But we have pieces of it that are everywhere in every country, every city. So that's encouraging, and I just love the fact that I kept searching and searching and searching and searching until I came to my African mind in this part of the spirit with Chief Montana and ancestral renewal communication, and speaking with them, having them around me all the time, following their. I'm even on this call, and I just told you I'm supposed to go to the doctor. In my Western mind, I'm saying, "Oh, I'm going to be late." Isn't that what we say? That's the Western mind. because they've taught us that nothing for them is more sacred than making money, and you only make money when you are about their business to make their money, which means you're on time for work. Everybody then, quote unquote, punches a clock, has a timesheet, has a this. That's the Western mind working. So I just said, well, it's just, I'm on this call and I'm supposed to be on this call today, and for whatever length of time. And so in between, I get a call from the doctor's office, just as nice as she wanted to be, confirming if I'm going to be there. And that gave me the opportunity to say to her, well, you know, I'm going to be a little late. I'm in the middle of something right now, but I'm on my way and I'll be there shortly. She said, okay, no problem, you know, this and that. But when we click into that Western mind of hurry, 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 do this, do that, do this, do that, then the stress that it causes us. And it was stressful for me being on this call, knowing that I have to be at my doctor's office in another 20 minutes. I'm nowhere near the doctor's office, but that's okay now, because in the African realm, I've learned to just be patient, and it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Slow down, smell the roses kind of thing. Just breathe and be. Don't get caught up, because it'll drive us crazy. And half of us are crazy. 3/4 of us are crazy. So those were the 3 things. The fact that I just love being with Chief Montana. Oh, the last thing, the God that many people make reference to, which is why so many people have a problem with quote unquote religion, is that, well, what is God? Who is this Jesus? Who is, you know, and nobody wants to believe it, and they don't want to believe it because it has so many layers to it. It gets too confusing, so they just drop out. So that's a whole nother realm, a whole nother piece to talk about as it relates to who do we present to people. And I'm very clear that I just love, and I'm a minister in my church. But for some reason, because, and we've mentioned that word, the Bible, and you have to be careful about what you reference, what you read, what you take into your spirit, because you must remember the Bible wasn't written by us. That's their book. Am I right or wrong? That's right. Now, if I do make reference when I'm talking, because I do get peace from it, it's in the Old Testament. Very seldom do I go into the New Testament. Psalms, Proverbs, all, you know, Nehemiah, all of the Old Testament books have stories to tell that are just wonderful. But I am also very conscious of the fact that that is not our book. That's all I have to say. God bless, abundant blessings, giving thanks to all of you, and everyone be well, keep your mask on. I'm a nurse, so do what the scientists say while we try to muddle through this man-made disease that's causing havoc everywhere, and stay well.
Thank you, Cora.
God bless.
I would like to ask Chief if he could repeat why reincarnation was removed from the Bible.
Once again, that's their book. They don't believe in it. But I'll let Chief take that.
You're muted, Chief.
Sorry about that. I was talking and didn't know I was muted. It's because Emperor Constantine, he wanted, I'm gonna kind of give a Cliff Notes version. I can't get a Cliff Notes version. Let me back up a little bit. So reincarnation practice in Christianity. And here comes along Emperor Constantine. And because he wanted to be deified. He wanted to be remembered through perpetuity. He wanted to be a god. He systematically removed references to reincarnation from the Bible. He actually commissioned priests who were coming off of excommunication. And so, they probably had, an axe to grind with the Roman Catholic Church because they were put on excommunication. I don't know. And so they agreed to start the process of removing references to reincarnation from the Bible. And as a result, he was able to be remembered through perpetuity, in a nutshell, is basically what happened. And it was, let me see, I'm really bad with dates right now. I think it was 553 CE when reincarnation was totally taken out of the church, sometime around in there. And it was during the Council of Constantinople. It was during that period. That's when it was taken out completely. So that's why it's not practiced anymore, because he was afraid that he would be reincarnated as a peasant or something like that. Yes, 325 AD, and then it was actually enforced throughout all the churches in 553. So yes. He was afraid that he would come back as a peasant or something less than an emperor. And so he didn't want to do that at all. So it doesn't mean that he won't come back. I don't know what he was thinking. It didn't mean that at all. But that's what he put into place to actually stop that. It was because, he just didn't want to, he just always wanted to be revered as a god, because the Romans, when an emperor died in Rome, he was actually deified. And when Catholicism came along, there came along reincarnation with it. And so he just wanted to be deified. That's it. And his wife wanted to be deified also as well. So that's what happened in a nutshell. Okay, that's that.
Okay, all right, thank you. Dawn, is it?
Could I also ask, how comes the God of the Bible killed more people than the devil?
you would have to go and ask the God of the Bible that question. I don't have an answer at all. I do not have an answer for that one.
Okay. All right.
Or if there's any questions, is there any Christians that could answer, did Jesus say anywhere that we should worship him in the Bible?
I don't think you're preaching to any Christians here.
Hello.
Hi.
Can I just say something?
Okay, yes, hi.
Hi, my name is Antonia. Antonia, yeah. And I'm a Christian.
Okay. Oh, so you can answer the question.
But I'm also embracing my roots, my culture. I'm from Angola. Yeah, so what I wanted to say is, in the Bible, from what I've been reading and learning, it says that no one should worship Jesus unless they do it through the Father, which means for us to worship Jesus, we have to do it through his Father, which is God. That's what I understand from my Christianity understanding. I don't know if anyone agrees with me.
I don't know. I do know that a lot of people, as they say when they're praying to Jesus. They're not praying to God. You do hear them say, "Oh Jesus," whatever. I mean, his name comes up a lot. So I don't know if there's confusion there, whereas they're not actually praying to God.
I believe that some people, I believe that some people dismisses the fact that Jesus is the Son of God.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I think is because Jesus died as a ransom for our sins. Because as we know, people who believe in the history of the Garden of Eden, there was a tree, there was Adam and Eve, and then Eve eats the fruit. If for people who believe, I'm not trying to offend anyone. Yeah, and then people, they eat the fruit, and then
so I picked up for him.
Yeah, and then Jesus died. When Jesus died, some people.
Are you speaking to us, Linda? Or are you speaking? Are you making a comment?
I think she was talking, so I muted her from this
Okay,
side.
thank you.
I'm sorry, I was unmuted. Thank you. Thank you.
That's okay. So for what I learned, Jesus was a ransom for us to be able to get eternal life. And then people try to worship him because he was the ransom on the passage from life to death. When he died, then we gained the ransom. And then it's going to be possible one day in paradise for people to live forever. This is what I learned. But really, in the Bible, there is lots of points that mention that nobody should worship me unless they come through the Father. This is Jesus talking to people. So for Christians, this is what we believe. But some people choose to worship Jesus because they believe in Trinity. They think Jesus is a God. So people think Jesus, God, and the Holy Spirit are the same. But the Bible breaks it through when it says nobody should worship me until they come through my Father. And he also says, when you say the prayer model, he says, for God to send the Holy Spirit. So really, it's three different people that people sometimes put them together as one, but they're three different, for people who believe. It's like the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. That's my understanding. Thank you.
Okay, and not a woman in sight. Okay, all right. With that, if there's any more questions, we should move on to our next presentation from the one and only Chief Montana. Chief, this screen is now yours.
I just wanted to ask a simple question to the chief
Yes.
who was talking. I just wanted to ask on the reincarnation. I'm not very aware of that process. Is there any way I can find some literacy about reincarnation? Because I don't think it really mentions reincarnation in the Bible.
No, it doesn't at all. It was removed by Emperor Constantine.
Oh, why did they remove? Because I believe that there is some facts that show us that it happens and it's possible to happen. I'm just through my research, I couldn't really find any solid facts about that.
You can actually go online. There's lots of information about it, and you can look up the removal of reincarnation from the Bible by Emperor Constantine. You can type that in and you'll get loads of information about it.
Is it possible to put it on the chat so I just take a screenshot?
I don't, give me a second.
So, Antonia, just to kind of carry on from what you're saying, is it that because reincarnation is a fairly strong staple of African spiritual understanding, to put it that way, or tradition.
Yeah.
So,
What's happened with me? What's happened with me? I was born in Angola and I grew up in Portugal. All I knew was Christianity until I started embracing my roots, learning and understanding that there is reincarnation, there is our ancestrals, there is our culture that I completely missed because it was like, Atom, it was like a myth for me. But I understand now these things exist and I need to actually kind of embrace them because I belong there, if you see what I mean. Yeah.
yes.
I am learning and it's just so much questions I've got. Yeah.
Yes, I was just talking as Chief was kind of finding some reference to go into the chat, because the you know the concept of spirit is eternal. To quote the book by Dalian and
thank you very much. Thank you.
And so when we come and we leave this world, and in a sense what Christianity has separated us from is that concept, and death rights is one of the key areas that was a point of separation for us, so that we didn't have an idea of crossing over into the other realm and having a family there, which is our ancestors. And that once we were there, we didn't just disintegrate or pass or anything. We would spend our time there, and at some point we would return here. And that this was a place that we were able to, for all to put it like that, we could travel to and fro, if you like, for whatever reason. Sometimes we would come back because there were things that we needed. The experience of being human and being here helped the development of our spirit, of ourself. And then there might be reasons why we would come, which is to co-create directly, specifically for a purpose, as our sister Ma said. So there's such a broad scope of reference as to the goings and the comings, and that there is no division between us and the other side and our ancestors and the divine.
So that means that our ancestors are within us.
Yes, in that we've chosen a DNA through which to come through, and the DNA has got a knowledge base to enable us to be where we are and to complete our journey, to achieve the destiny that we've said that we would come in with. And they are there to remind us of that and to keep us in alignment to it, so that we don't get distracted by other things, but that we stay in alignment in order to get that.
Okay, so so for me to just to see if I'm understanding what you're saying. So that means we are the continuation. We are continuing with the journey with our ancestors. So we are the continuation of our ancestors. Yeah.
Of our ancestors, and our own independent spirit is our return as well.
Oh,
so
okay.
I think the Chief Montana can add to that.
So I posted a link in the chat also.
Thank you very much, Chief. Chief
You're
Montana. Yeah. And thank you, Kesheni.
Welcome, welcome. Yeah.
I'm just learning, so I've got lots of questions.
No, it's fantastic. Keep asking, keep challenging to ask. Go all the way with it, you know.
I need to understand, because I felt a bit lost until I started understanding this part of me, which is quite important, because at the end of the day, I'm African and I really want to embrace my roots.
Yes, I'm just going to put a link in the chat that has that has a course that I'm going to be doing about Ori, but I'll stay quiet now and hand over to Chief. But in the meantime, I'm just going to find that link, which will give some insight as to the aspect of spirit that we have.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome. I don't know what. Oh, okay.
Chief, sorry, it's over to you.
Oh, okay. So excuse me for my tardiness. I had an emergency call from my elders in Ghana, so I really need to take that. So
okay.
Excuse me. Now I want let me see. Oh, we're supposed to end in about 25 minutes. Let me see if I can wrap this up. Really encapsulate what I want to say. So the topic is, what color is your God?
No, Chief.
What does your God look like?
Oh, sorry, yes, I get colorful. Yes,
it's me. But that came to me as well. I made that same mistake.
Okay. What does your God look like? So I'll say this. Your God actually, I'm not gonna say, which it could be, right? I'm not gonna say this is what it is for certain or what it's not. But your God may not look like you. Your God may look like you. When I moved from practicing Christianity, then I was kind of in no man's land, then tradition found me, or I found tradition, right? I remember one day I was in Houston, Texas. I was working there.
I don't know where Neb's gone.
I was just kind of sitting down thinking about life, about religion, all those things. And this is when I was initially starting to practice within my current tradition. And I was thinking about God, or the whole concept of that. And I tested myself, and I said the word God to myself, because the human brain remembers two things primarily: sounds and images. It's two things the human brain remembers. That's why when you listen to music, it takes you someplace. That's why when you see pictures, it may remind you of something. And your brain always associates things with images. So I said the word God. The first image that popped in my mind was an image of Jesus, like white Jesus. And then I said, huh. Then I said it again. The image just kept showing up over and over and over and over. Even when I attempted to force another image on top of that, when I thought about God, white Jesus popped up, and then I had to intentionally replace that with an image of, a black Jesus or something. And I realized at that point just how deep the programming is.
Mm.
And I got that in that moment that my mind wasn't even free to imagine something different without me being intentional about that. I have to be very intentional about that. And then I went on, and it wasn't intentional. Well, let me back up. It was intentional initially, of like reprogramming my thinking. And the more I attempted to intentionally reprogram it, the stronger that image persisted. It just stayed there. The very moment I let it all go, and just like, well, it is what it is. And I began to dive deeper into my tradition, which is called Kali. when I think of God, I don't have the language to articulate what it is. I see an image. If I attempted to draw the image, so I wish I were an artist. It's difficult to draw. And when there were some images, some paintings displayed earlier, I don't know who displayed those paintings. Someone displayed those. Sister Kesheni, yeah. When you displayed those images of like your interpretation or the rendering of a concept of God, that is what I see. That's the closest thing that I could even remotely associate with it. It's not the image of some human being. It's like, see, right now I can't articulate what it is. I can't say it's like a blob of stuff because it's very organized. In the same way that those images, those paintings were very organized. And so, what does your God look like? Your God looks like whatever you practice rendered, whatever image is rendered to you based upon what you practice. That's what your God looks like. Because if it's within the realm of Christianity, your God is going to look like that. But when you start getting into more traditional practices, where no one says to you, this is what God looks like, and draws some image of something for you, and your mind is free to actually connect, then you have an opportunity to freely see whatever that is. And it looks like, you're looking at some type of nebula or something. I don't know. So just like I said, I don't have the language to describe what it is. But I know that once I began to practice tradition, and there was zero influence on me in regards to what God looks like. No one ever said God looks like this. The only thing anyone ever said was the name for God within my tradition is Nawuni. And it just simply means the highest or the greatest. And Wuni just means spirit. That's it. And so to answer that question, it could be, like a trick bag, because everyone is going to answer it based upon their experience. And that's why I said earlier, no one is right and no one is wrong in this conversation. They're just not. However, we can only express our experience. And I argue that if someone says the word God to you, depending upon the image that you see, even it's funny because, I'm sitting here saying God. I don't even use that word often. And the moment I say that word, it's immediately associated with Christianity. But if I use another word, for instance, Nawuni is associated with, of course, the words in my tradition, but I don't see an image of like a human. Even when Sister Kesheni mentioned the name for God within her tradition. The image for me was the same as if someone said Nawuni. Because there's nothing that is forcing me to see a certain image. And there is great power in traditional words, in traditional language. There's very little power in English, it's just not. And when she said the word, it invoked something in me. Just like when, I hear someone say Nawuni.
A lovely word, but not time.
Oh. Sorry, Chief. Unmute yourself.
Okay. And so if you come from some tradition, just like, for example, Antonia, if she says her traditional word for God, I promise you there will be a difference in how it occurs to her, the vibration that she receives or she feels. It'll be different than if she just said God. If you just say God, it's nothing. Yeah, just nothing. But when you say it within, the tongue of a tradition, because when you say that word, whatever the word is, it's invoking that. You're calling for the presence of that. That's what you're doing. And that's the thing that makes English a powerless language. That is why when you are doing any type of spiritual work, even within Christianity itself, you will hear prayers in other languages. I think for the Roman Catholic Church, it's Latin. I think, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Or they'll say certain words in Latin and then other words will be in English. Because the words that it takes to invoke that particular spirit, you must say it in some other language. And then you can say the rest in English. So, oh my goodness, there's more I want to say. So just due to time, that's what it is in a nutshell. Just being aware of time, because I know a few people may have a couple of questions, but for me, like I said, your God looks like whatever you practice. That's what your God looks like. And the freedom you have to actually allow yourself to go and wander off into the spiritual realm to see. Most people who practice within Judeo-Christian based religions, they cannot see because there's the image of quote unquote God that's already placed there. Mm-hmm. So they don't even think to look beyond that. That's why the moment you say God, the image that pops in your mind is of Jesus and however he looks, whatever that image is. And you cannot see beyond that because someone's already programmed that for you. Someone's already told you this is what's so, period. And so
Yeah,
there's no freedom in there. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that makes so much sense, because when you say like a giraffe is a giraffe, you've already got that image, haven't you? Because say Jesus, you've got that image is already there.
Yes.
So even though, as you said, you trying to put your own color in front of that Jesus or that God, you know, you're fighting, because you see that first.
Right.
And then you're physically trying to replace that image with your own image.
Yes.
You know, and to give a good example, I made a mistake with my last daughter years ago when she said, "What's that?" And it was actually a giraffe, and I said it was a zebra. And you know, even to this day, she keeps on making the mistake and saying that a giraffe is a zebra. Because I said that to her first, and that's the first thing that's implanted in her mind.
Yes.
You know, and even though I said to her, no, I've made a mistake. You know, it's not a zebra, it's a giraffe. She still looks at that and says it's a zebra. Yeah. So yes, I understand where you're coming from, because once it's been told something, you told something, and depending on what context it is, that's what you imagine. And as you said, when Kesheni says Oludamari, you're thinking on a different level.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like there's a renowned neuroscience. His name is neuroscientist. His name escapes me right now, but he made a quote. He said, "The most powerful computer in the world is the human brain. The easiest computer in the world to program is the human brain. The most difficult computer in the world to deconstruct or deprogram is the human brain."
Wow. Wow.
It is difficult to do. And you have to really be intentional about doing that. And don't fight yourself to do it, but just be intentional about it. And there's a difference. Just allow yourself the freedom to explore something different. And you will see how easy it is at that point to really have something new, or have a new experience. But you have to give yourself permission to do that first. If not, it will not happen at all. You have to give yourself permission to explore something new, and you will see. Because we all know. It's just, we have to remember what we know. We've just forgotten, and we just have to be remembered. I mean, we just have to remember what we already know. So yeah.
Okay. Has anybody got any questions?
Chief,
Thank you very much.
I was just going to add that being on the course with you has taught me what my purpose is, and my purpose is to remember.
Nice. Nice.
I'm just ready. You know, after listening to you, Chief Montana, it seems like I'm awakened. It seems like I was sleeping, and I'm ready to learn. I'm really ready to learn now, and you know, I will be asking you more questions even after this meeting, if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all. I do not mind one bit. That's fine. Perfectly fine. I like answering questions.
Anybody else got any questions?
I was going to say, hopefully we'll have more elders as well on your platform in the future, Auntie June, if you don't mind.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I wouldn't mind just saying this in regards to the programming that you've mentioned. And I was handed something by the ancestors to directly deal with the spiritual programming that is tied specifically at this point to Christianity. Because there's programming that you can have as a programming that you may have from school. And then there's a programming that has got the spiritual side to it that is there specifically, and it will fight you to let it go. And what I was given was something called unfettering, because that programming is like chains and shackles and fetters. And the freedom that we thought we had attained when the end of the trade in us as enslaved people was supposed to have finished. But we know that the behaviors towards us never changed up to now. Our title has become different because perhaps we're a little bit more consumer and we can buy everything like everybody else. But I don't know what it's like for you in the US, but here in the UK, we still, you know, on somewhere in the back rooms of Parliament, we are slaves.
Right.
In order for us to shift from that, we have to actually, yes, as you say, make an intended change and maintain that intended change. But we have to make a radical move as well through our own ritual. And the unfettering is an actual rite, R-I-T-E, that actually removes how that programming came in at baptism. So that is something, and it may not be right for everyone, every time, everywhere, but it is an available process as a ritual, as a rite that removes the spiritual, esoteric, metaphysical juju with which it was put on our head. So the more that we can understand that through our traditional rites and the ones that come from where we are, that's the other key aspect that we have in our culture. We're not bound, we have the pieces of the rites, but we are in a new age, new era, way forward, a whole other concept, vibration, frequency, etc., that we also manage. So I offer that as something to bear in mind as a tool. It's called unfettering. I will put my website on the chat and people can see about that. And if they want to talk to me about that, they're welcome to. And the people that have done it,
I'm one of them. I can testify.
Yeah. Yeah. So I just put that forward.
Wow, excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Wow. That's the beauty of doing this work. You will actually begin to like receive rituals, especially when you are a priest or a priestess or an elder, and you're connected to the spiritual realm in a certain way. Our ancestors and spirit will actually begin to give us specific rituals to do to address issues that we're dealing with here. So that's beautiful. I mean, that is great. And when you spoke about baptism, you know, it's a ritual within itself. And you know, when I have time, I just don't have time now. I'm going to look deeper from a spiritual perspective in regards to what happened to me when I got baptized. Because the experience was, I don't know if anyone else had this experience, but for me, when I got baptized, first of all, I didn't want to do it. I mean, I didn't want, so that's number one. The only way.
How old was you? Sorry to cut you. How old was you?
15 or 16.
Okay. So you was like a born again Christian type of baptism, was it?
I'm saying, you said born again Christian type of baptism?
Yeah, was that the type of born again Christian, or was it just your first baptism at 15?
Oh, my first baptism at 15.
Okay, because usually it's baby.
Yeah, we didn't do baby.
Okay, sorry.
Well, you know what? Let me back up. I don't know if I was baptized when I was a baby or not, so I don't know. So there may have been a christening now that I think about it or something like that. So yeah, I don't think it was my first time because my family was very, very religious. So I doubt that. They just never talked to me about it. So I just never thought about it. But nevertheless, when the only reason I got baptized because I was afraid. And I was scared that when I walked out of church, I was going to get hit by a car and that was going to be it. Because that's what the message was. This could be your last time. You could walk out, get hit by a car, whatever. And so that's the only reason I went up to do it, right? And so even like my walk to get into the pool of water, something was like, no. It was like, as loud and as clear as day.
Wow.
And I remember getting in the pool, making a confession. And when I got out, I was in the room in the back and there were other men back there. They were, helped me get dressed. And things just started falling off the wall back there. There was sheetrock leaning on the wall at this angle and it fell back.
Oh.
And after my baptism, that was the emptiest feeling I've ever felt in my life.
Mm.
It felt like someone or something just sucked the soul out of me.
Out of you, yeah.
That's how it felt.
Mm.
And I felt that way for a long time, a very long time.
Wow.
And so we have to get that is a ritual. And we don't necessarily understand what we are saying and what's actually happening.
Yeah.
We speculate about it. There's lots of speculation, but we don't know precisely what is actually happening.
That is true, because it's funny when you're saying that you feel like something's come out of you. When I was unfettered, it almost felt like something came into me. So I didn't feel that. Mm-hmm. It's as I said, it was really weird. But having you said that now, that's the feeling that came over me after I was unfettered.
Mm-hmm.
Because what the baptism does, what you have to understand is that the baptism is the ritual that ties you to religious canon law. And whether you pay attention to it or not in your life, you can become Buddhist, you can become Rastafari, you can become something else, but you are tied to the canon law. And at death, that's where you will go through that Christian canon law. You are tied to that spiritual legal process. So when the water and the process is put on you, what it is misdirecting your connection to the sacred universe. So if you imagine you have a pillar that is direct and full 100% already in place, what the baptism does is it puts it over here to another recipient. And then there'll be a little piece that is going straight, but the rest of it, 90%, 80% is going somewhere else now. So that emptiness of the fullness of your own divine ori, your own divine essence, your spirit that is connected to the sacred universe is now in another stream, rather than through yourself into your heart, into your DNA, your body as you're living now, your essence, your consciousness. So it is a very specific directed, because that baptism is the first contract, is the contract that is reaped when you get your death certificate. That's what your birth certificate is for. And it opens that, and it's closed at the death certificate. And the use of water, and I've seen people in the unfettering ritual, when there is a process of giving something back, their body has just released. They could not stop from getting it out of their system. Mm-hmm. They didn't know, I didn't know, nobody knows how each one is going to respond. But all it was even if it's just a bit of water, they just returned everything. And it wasn't even like a vomiting, no, because I can't go into what the rite is. But if everything has been put a spell on it, and the spell, remember, is for not our purpose. So we weren't made Christian for our better self. It was in order to carry out something for someone else. That is why we were incarcerated and we were put into Christianity and we were forced on it. They put a cow, something around a cow. It's because the farmer wants the cow to do something. You put a collar on the dog in order to hold the dog. You want the dog to behave in a particular way. It can't run. It must walk with you in a particular distance. That's what the dog collar is for. And the baptism is like a dog collar. And in fact, priests are called wearing a dog collar in Christian. So I offer that back for people to think about.
I see, Arthur, you have your hand up. And Sister Amma after. So Sister, can we hear from Sister Amma first? Because Arthur, you have, and then you, Arthur.
Okay. Well, thank you all. Sorry I joined later.
Welcome.
I'm here, but it was very interesting to hear Baba Montana talk about the age of 16 being baptized, because the age of 16, 17 is when I elected to walk away from the church, because it was based on very, very mundane things. Like, I didn't like the way people were behaving on Sunday, and the next day, Monday, they were different. And I thought, well, if God is giving us, or Jesus is giving us good examples, how comes they change? So I stopped. And with the unfettering, I did the unfettering. It was almost like from the age of 16 up until then, I was actually confirming the fact that I had rejected what was put on me. So it was a very poignant moment to hear from Sister Kesheni about what the ritual actually does. And to this day, when I'm thinking about God, the English language just flies out of my head. I can't, even speaking to ancestors, Chi, which is my Akan language from Ghana, that is what always comes. And if I'm going into prayer or talking, that is the only language that, the vibration only comes through that language for me. So all you've been saying is very much, sort of something that resonates with me. And yeah, and right now it's for us to find peace in ourselves and go into the God within. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Magajia.
Get the spelling of that, Magajia.
Oh, I'll get it to you. I'll send it.
Thank you.
How do we identify truths?
Arthur had a question.
I mean, my question was basically, can it be overturned? And if it can, if you have had that done, how do you undo it? Because obviously,
Are you talking about baptism?
Yeah, because
yeah, as Kesheni said,
I've never known this in all my life. I've just heard it for the first time.
Sister Kesheni said, unfettering, by unfettering.
By unfettering, okay.
Yes.
So that's the ritual. It's called unfettering, and I've put a link in the chat, so you can get to me via the website, and it gives a bit of information there, and you're welcome to talk to me about that.
Definitely, I'll talk to you after.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, Brother Neb, you have your hand raised?
Yes, greetings. Yeah.
All right.
I'm loving all this, you know, input from everybody. Really nice, and I'm learning a lot as well. And I just want to add one thing regarding this.
You're very low.
Okay, can you hear me better?
Not really.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Me hearing the same, but carry on.
Okay, so I was just in relation to the baptism as well as the whole ceremony behind it.
Mm-hmm.
And when you go to like the temple of Osiris in Egypt, for example, you know, there was some type of baptism was going on. I'm coming from Ethiopian background, so I was baptized when I was young. There was a church you go to where the waters actually comes naturally from the ground. So they will create like some type of, you know, baptism process according to the Ethiopian Christian Orthodox. You know, you get at a certain age, you get to baptize in that time in the name of the whole Trinity and the Christian background from it. But when you actually go back in time, our ancestors more or less did the same thing. But in what my realization now, even from my experiences, you know, is that it feels like more in what name are we getting baptized with? Now, when you look at the whole histories of the God of this biblical character that we call Jehovah, I mean, he became this individual God, you know, at the beginning, it was like this Elohims, and then he became this Yahweh Elohim, one of the gods amongst many. He started doing certain things. So when you look at the baptism, you know, circumcision process, etc., you will see that there is some type of spiritual pact and connection that takes place in that process. As the priestess said earlier, Kashiwa, sorry if I say your name wrong, but let me correct myself. The sister Kesheniwa, sorry.
Yeah, Kesheniwa, yeah.
Yes. So as she mentioned, in relation to this process of removing the spirit, and it took me at least 2 years for me to really understand the God concept itself. 2 years in my own spiritual experiences and research. It took me that long for me to really understand, because me coming from an Ethiopian Orthodox religious background, you know, it was very challenging because it was embedded in the Ethiopian Orthodox culture. It's more or less same Christianity, same type of worship. And it feels like it took so long for me to understand that, to actually understand, okay, this is what we worship in. We worship in a Roman spirit ghost. You see, the whole God concept is starting to, I mean, the Roman are the main characters that changed the whole God concept. Even though the Greeks, more or less trying to be, you know, follow the Egyptian, the African ways, they did their best according to their own DNA. But when the Roman came, they killed the whole principles of what we call Ma'at. Ma'at is to live by the law of principles of equality, justice, balancement. So there was some balancement. We live with nature in that kind of process. So that is the ways of our ancestors. Hence the feather. You see our ancestors wearing the feather in different cultures to symbolize that, to live by just and equality. And when you look at the whole baptism ceremony itself, in my understanding at this stage on my own spiritual experiences, to really understand and overcome this God concept itself, you know, it is there to connect us with some type of, you know, spiritual entities that has not benefit us in any shape or form. As my good sister said, that it's just literally a rope that they put on our neck to misguide us, to mislead us to that divine connection that we should have directly with the Most High, or with our ancestors, or with our guides. So this is exactly how I felt even in overcoming that. And I'm definitely want to come to your ceremony that you're doing, Sister. And I'm definitely going to join you on that. And it's really good to have those type of solutions. But I had one day after this conclusion that I really understood the concept of this God that we was worshiping as ghosts of different European ancestors that has nothing to do with us, right? And one day I have this clear vision in this, I'm sleeping in my bed, it's like on my sofa, just lying down, and I'm having this dream where this force is literally, I'm in this big building, and this force seems to controls everything was in this building. So I'm trying to get out of this building and I couldn't. So every window that I'm trying to get out from is everything is blocked, and this being is always present and it doesn't have a shape. And then somehow I escaped that place. And then I was traveling to go away to different country. And I'm actually landing in a different country. And I see a woman, she's talking to me. And then right through her, this being manifested. And then he said, I'm still here, kind of thing. And that took me at least 2 years. After this 2 years, this is the clear vision that came into my mind, how this forces, once we give our heart and energy and our mind to this spirit ghost of European ancestors, that's got nothing to do with us, then we are enslaved in body, mind, and also our spirit in a way how we deal with them. So in essence, it feels like everything that we did right, they replaced it with their own thing, with their own laws, with their own canon, as you said, Sistrin. They replace it with everything to suit their own agenda, which is to rob, kill, murder, and steal, and to survive on this planet and according to their energy. And it feels like in every sacrifice and every killing that they did is to feed their own ancestors, because it feels like the ancestors love to feed off our fear. You see, our doubt, our insecurity, the fear of those energies. And the baptism, in my understanding, is just that, to tie us into that kind of a spiritual practice that is only with belief. Everything that we accepted after that is just a belief. So we accept something, we just believe in this concept, and we don't know what we worship. We don't even ask. And if somebody asks those questions, why do we worship this way? Why this and why that? And now we all of a sudden will become a demon according to their own kind of culture that they created against us. So in my experience, from my own personal view and what I've seen myself, it feels like we tie into their spiritual and their ancestral kind of connection that we have with them when we baptize ourselves in the name of God. But that God in this essence is not the Most High, the highest, the divine. You see, it is something that loves war, that loves killing, that loves, all sort of things that deals with demonic in nature. So it feels like the whole God concept is being replaced. When they say in the name of we trust and God we trust, etc., that God that they worship is not what we was in our heart. And it feels like in this baptism process that we was misled and we was misguided to worship something other than our own ancestors in a way that is supposed to link us to the Most High. That's what I would love to add in regarding some of the baptism in my own experiences, as well as according to this tradition. It has ancient tradition, but it feels like it's being replaced with something else in this day and time, and it doesn't benefit us. So when people are in the churches, having this Holy Ghost in them, and then they start fluffing and shaking their body and having all type of things coming out of their mouth, it doesn't sound holy. It doesn't sound comforting spirit. It sounds more of uncomforting spirit. When grandmother walks from the chair, she drops on the chair and she falls, and then she having this fit all of a sudden. And now we say, oh, that is the Holy Spirit. But that doesn't sound, that sounds more like a Holy Ghost. And then and we have been connected with those type of spiritual legions. I think they have them in their spiritual science. They call them legions. There are many. And we are feeding those forces for so long. I think that is where their power is. And when we worshiping this type of ghosts and entities by way of ignorance, not knowing who and what they are. So this I just want to add into what the sister was saying.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. Thank you.
Could I ask Chief a question, please?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, I wanted to say firstly that I feel an urge to speak the unspoken. To my mind, that is the truth. How do we identify the truth?
Let me see if I can break this down in a way that just makes complete sense. So we have something that exists and I coined it as nature versus nurture. And there are times in life when our nature actually rises. And generally when our nature rises, our nurturing comes and overtakes our nature and actually suffocates it, pushes it back down to wherever it came from. And it keeps us from walking in truth, from speaking truth. Because generally our true nature goes against probably the majority, not probably, but the majority of what we've been taught. And so we will most of the time give in to our nurturing, which brings about fear, anxiety, all those things. But in order to get to a place where you are able to speak truth, you must get in touch with your nature, which is who you were born into this world as. That's vitally important. And to get there, it's really easy. You just have to simply make a request for that. You just have to say that you want to be, for example, the expression of your true nature. That's truth. That enables you to speak truth and be unbridled about it. But you must first walk and be, not even walk, but to be your true nature. And one of the things that nurtures us is, as Brother Neb put it, like when we get that baptism, that's nurturing. We're nurtured into something else. And Sister Kanishawa mentioned it also. We're nurtured into something else that goes against our nature. And you must first really not even to get in touch with your nature, but be it, embody it, understand that it's you, it's the essence of who you are. And you just have to request that is what you want. So it's a request. You could just say, this is what I want. I want to exist in my true nature. You can go to your ancestors and have them to lead you down the path, which will have you to be the full expression of who you came into this world as. Before you were nurtured to be whatever. It's that simple. However, you have to be prepared. And the only thing you have to be prepared for is to know that who you are today is someone who's ill-equipped to actually exist in your true nature, because you've been nurtured to be all this other stuff. So you have to understand that there's going to be a fight or battle. But once you understand that's what's so, the road is easy. Because your nurturing is going to fight tooth and nail to maintain itself. It will. But you just have to be willing to fight on the side of your nature. That's it. So that's how you get there.
And how do we start to trust one another?
Oh, that's easy. Just trust. My thing is this. I trust everybody until I can't.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to earn trust from me, or no, you don't have to do that. I trust everybody off the bat till I cannot trust you. And then I still leave the space for me to trust you once again. Life is just that simple. If you violate trust, then for me, I will not trust you in a certain arena. Because I understand that if you violate trust in a certain area, that's not the totality of who you are. You just violated trust. It could be financial. Well, I'm not going to trust you with money until I give you the space to have me trust you again in that with money. And it's easy. And so that's how we trust. You just trust. So yeah, so that's that.
And how do we prepare to receive our blessings, our true blessings from the ancestors?
How do we prepare to receive them? Once again, this is something that that takes something. Meaning everything, so we'll use the word blessing, okay, just for the sake of this conversation. Everything that is a blessing to you, you may not be ready to receive it. And so you have to prepare yourself for that. And that's just, it all goes back to just walking and being your true nature. And it doesn't mean if you're existing in your true nature, it doesn't mean that you have to isolate yourself. It doesn't mean that you can't function within the world itself. It doesn't mean that. You will just function within in the world, being your true nature. That's it. You still do whatever you were doing before. Well, you'll be told not to do some things, I'm sure, but or you'll just know not to do certain things. But for the most part, you can still function. I still do, like the things I did before. I was really walking in my nature. I still do that stuff now. I still love the mountain bike. I still snowboard. I still do all those things. And I can do it and function and on a high level with my friends, and we laugh and we do all those things still. So I can still do those things. But the difference is I'm operating out of my true nature. That's the difference. So yeah, that's how you get there.
Dawn? I think she's having another conversation. Dawn?
No, that was wonderful. That was a wonderful answer.
Okay, thank you. So last final words to wrap up. Chief Montana.
It's just very important. And this is a really important conversation that we just had. And it's just very important.
Can that wait? Can that wait, honestly? Ask yourself, can it wait?
Carry on, Chief.
Oh, okay.
She wasn't talking to you. She was talking to somebody else, but she wasn't muted. I've just muted her.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Stay muted, sis.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
No, this is a really great conversation, and it's a conversation that needs to continue, definitely, because we could not unpack everything within, the 4-hour period. This wasn't, no one could have done that. We just didn't do it. at all, because everyone's on a time constraint. And so this is a conversation that needs to go and go and go. Because, you know, I would love to hear more from all of the speakers, everyone here today. I would actually like to have private conversations with them also, because everyone said something that actually moved me in some way. Everyone. And so this is a conversation that needs to continue so we can actually unpack and open up more aspects of the conversation, because there's always more detail that we can go into around the things that we said, because we had to give the Cliff Notes version of everything that we talked about. And so there were things that were unspoken, you know, for everyone. And I'm sure everyone at some point afterwards who spoke, they're gonna go back and say, you know what, I should have said blah, blah, blah. We always do it.
Always.
Yes. And so I would love to see this conversation continue to grow.
Okay.
And for everyone to continue to grow as well, because we're on a journey, and we came here into this lifetime for this journey. That's why we're here. We were sent here for that. That's why we're here. No matter how we got here, some of us kicking and screaming and fighting to get here. Some of us are still kicking and screaming and fighting. We just are. But we just have to, we have to really open ourselves up to our tradition and really begin to dissect our traditions and really begin to understand, like, why do we do this? Why do we do that? What's the purpose of this? You know, and then we'll understand that every, for example, ritual that we perform is a recipe. That's all it is. It's a formula which will give you a certain result. That's all it is. It's just like the, was it unfeathering? Is that what it's called?
Unfettering, yes, unfettering.
That is just a recipe. That's all it is. Nothing more, nothing less than that, to give you a result, to unbridle you, to unleash you, to break the chains. That's all it's for. So yeah, that's all I have to say about all of that. Just I want to continue the conversation. It's very, very good conversation. I learned a lot today. So, you know, I learned a whole lot from everyone. And so I love to learn. So this is great for me.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And Mañana, did I pronounce your name correctly?
You'll get used to it.
Sorry.
Manama.
Manama. It's only because the way it's written is not how I would pronounce it. But yeah, Manana. Manama. Sorry. We'll get used to it.
It's okay.
Yes, I must apologize. You're supposed to be my co-host, and I haven't really allowed you to co-host so much, but I'm going to leave the last words to you because I mean, your presentation was absolutely brilliant, and it's sort of like it's opened up a lot of, as I say, ways that we can put in place and tools. So please, Sister Mananya,
Yeah, it's okay. So let me first say everything went just the way it was supposed to go. So there's no need to apologize. Okay, you did a fabulous job, and I thank you. Let me just say, this has been an eye-opening experience for me. It's like a hodgepodge. We got a little bit of everything. You know, it's like when you put like little numbers in a jar or something and you shake it up and you don't know exactly what you're going to get, but everything fit like a puzzle. What you may not have gotten from one speaker you got from the other speaker. And it is my belief that everything that was done here was on a spiritual basis.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone that is here is supposed to be here. Sometimes we look around and we say, oh, I wish this person was here, or I wish that person was here. No, whoever is supposed to be here is here. And what we learned today, we can't be selfish with it. It's not ours to have. You have to share it. Yeah. Some things you can be selfish with, other things you can't. And this is one of those times that you can't be selfish with it. I want to thank you for allowing me to be here. I want to thank you for the time that you put aside to attend this program. I want to give a special thank you to Dawn. I don't see, oh, there she is. Dawn, you look like you're sleepy. To Dawn, I said to her, everything's going to work out. And it has. It's been very enlightening. What I felt, and I still do feel, is lots of love, lots of caring for the betterment of our people. And what we're all doing is fulfilling the reason why we're here. We're fulfilling our task. So once again, I want to thank you for allowing me to be in your life at this time, at this moment. And listen, we're soldiers, carry on. Be free, be as free as that butterfly. Doesn't matter what color it is. Just know the butterfly is no longer a cocoon, in a cocoon. It is actually a beautiful, free butterfly. And that's what I stand for you all to be. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Am I allowed to make a statement?
Yes, you may.
I agree with you. I always had this thing, and I used to say that, you know, everybody wants to be a chief, but nobody wants to be a soldier. We should all be soldiers. And, you know, even if you're destined to be a chief, you should always want to fight on the front lines. But I would like a small recap of what might have went on, because I kind of missed everything. I know you might not be able to run everything back, but if I could just get a small, brief recap, you know, bring me up to speed, that'll be appreciated.
There is a recording. I don't know if that would help you. I don't even know. Dawn, how would
it's on it's live actually now on Facebook, and if you go to Auntie Jean on Facebook, you'll be able to catch it, rewind it, or whatever. I mean, I've been sharing it as we've the session's actually been going. So if you go to Facebook, if you're on Facebook, you would see it there. Later on, when I get it downloaded off of the computer, I'll upload it to YouTube, and it will be under Auntie Jean Zone on YouTube. But at the moment, you should be able to catch it on Facebook.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
You have nothing else to say? Okay, thank you. At this point, I would say big thank you to our sister Dawn, and also a big thank you to Brother Neb and Sister Manana. Sorry, I'm terrible at pronouncing names. I'll get it right and you won't even be there. Big thank you also to Sister Kesheni and Chief Montana. Thank you all, everybody else, for joining us. It has been an eventful event and also very informative. And I hope we've all can take away something that we can actually put into use, put into practice, or even research. So, and, you know, get a different mindset, because we've got to unlearn all the things that we have actually been taught. We've been indoctrinated with so many different things that, you know, it's a minefield to get through. And we've got to have an open mind to receive what is naturally ours.
Absolutely.
So, so yes, I don't know if Kesheni, I didn't let you say any last words. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I'm cool with what's been said, apart from thank you, Jean, for this platform, and that it continues to bring us together to do the love that Sisma Namaz is talking about. It's very strong, and as I say, I think it's got a great ripple effect for the community. So give thanks, Jean, that you dedicate your time, your energy. People may not be aware, but I'm going to say yesterday was the day in which Jean had the funeral of her father, you know, and we first started on this type of platform when her father passed in November. So it's a real cycle point as well, I think, for all of us here. So we truly give thanks for the guidance and the love of our ancestors, and of course, the ultimate divine, whose presence is with us always. Ashe.
Ashe. Thank you, Ashe. And Brother Nat? No, brother, sorry, not Brother Nat. Brother Neb. You're muted.
Well, thank you for having me again. It's a really a pleasure and honor to meet also the elders, the chiefs, you know, and everybody in this show. I learned a lot myself, a lot for me to go back and look into myself, as well as the research I have to make myself about myself and life itself. So it's an honor to have. And as Chief Montana said, it's not actually, this should be actually a beginning of things rather than just one show that we actually, or one Zoom meetings that we have. We should have more, in which, as he said, we should go into details of some of the things that we share. There's so much to learn from all of us. So it's a blessing to have. And I feel us being on this planet is just, it's a school of thought. It's a school of ways of us learning, literally passing one, you know, shifting our values, you know, our emotional and intellectual aspect of ourselves. There's always something to learn, and that we shift in our values and we become better, and that we become more free. Some of the things that we've been under for so long, the spell that we've been under for so long. So I think it's a blessing when there are people out in the world here, they want to give something or share something that will break that spell that our people, our communities, as also generally humanity itself that we're under, and so much pain, depression, anxiety really comes when we actually live in our true nature. And as Brother Chief Montana said, you know, that living our true nature, living for and by each other, by principles of love. I think that's the type of things I would really love to get involved with, as well as working with the communities and the families here to actually make things happen. I would love to sometimes in the future to us sitting down, organize events, and to have this type of dialogue more, also by inviting more of the communities around us, that to see that we are also united in different aspects of, you know, from different aspects of life, to make sure that, you know, this type of energy, this type of mindset, you know, over, you know, whelms those Christian and, you know, Western European spiritual and mental values that we can change collectively. So this is what my intake will be, and my input will be in the show. And I appreciate for having me here. And it's an honor to have met all of you here as well.
Thank you. Thank you. And you definitely be invited to part 2. Okay. And Sister Dawn.
Yes, I'm sorry about not having my full attention this evening, family. And I need to give my apologies for Grandmaster Neb, which I wasn't able to log him in, but he will be on the next the next meeting that we have, hopefully. I'd like to say thank you to all the participants, and especially to Auntie Jean for giving us all this opportunity. And I'd just like to remind everybody that we are the elders now. And it's upon our shoulders that the next generation rest. So we do need to leave a footprint, a roadmap, or blueprint for them to assist the next generation. We really do. And I'm just so glad and thankful that we were given this opportunity today to start the conversation. That's what all we needed to do, was to start it. And I'd like to thank everybody again and say good night.
Good night.
Yeah, good.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
And good night. And thank you, Sister Manama.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, team.
Good night.
Good night. Now, when you need to be out.
Say that again.
Bye, everyone.
Me.
That means may God be with us through the night.
Okay.
Okay.
Dad?
I don't want to sit.
All right.
See you later. Bye.
Ashe.
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 Ashe. Oh, she gone.